Hello everybody and welcome to the stream. As always, my name is Shogun Shin and you are the audience, and it is Monday. We are back with some more Final Fantasy 14 tonight, still in early access. Actually, Dawntrail comes out tomorrow officially. But we are still going through MSQ. We are level 96. We are actually going to be starting the level 96 storyline quest line tonight. We actually did a little bit of extra last night actually, so we took care of some stuff. We are now in the kind of the other half of to the Olal, which is very exciting. I think the game plan is we've been averaging 2 level quest lines. Yeah, we've been averaging 2 levels per quest line. I'm thinking what we might do is we're gonna try and do 96, 97, and then depending on how long that goes or how long that takes, I might actually just plow through and finish up the MSQ tonight. That way tomorrow we can do our side quest of Palooza and deal with ether currents. We can do yellow quests, all of that stuff. And go area by area and deal with those. So I think that might be the plan, but we'll kind of play it by ear tonight for the most part. But either way, we're gonna go do more MSQ. So. As far as role quests go, I am still in the process of leveling stuff. Let's see, as far as levels go specifically, so Warrior was what we're using for MSQ. So Warrior is automatically gonna be 100 by the time we finish MSQ, which is nice. Scholar is 98. I actually want to probably get to halfway through 99, and then we should be set for all set for role quests. Summoner is also our magical DPS, so that's really nice. And then I'm gonna work on Machinist once we get Scholar a little bit higher, or once we get Scholar at the nice point. Then I'm gonna work on Machinist, and we'll probably use Machinist for our what's-my-doohickey. We're gonna probably use Machinist for our side quest of Palooza, as well as probably I'll probably unlock Viper, just unlock it. So I'll do the introductory quest to unlock it, and then probably use Viper to level. Actually, I might unlock Viper tonight, after stream, or maybe at the end of stream we'll unlock Viper, just so that way I have that and I can start leveling it. But that'll be our melee DPS and stuff like that. So I'll have to make sure I get that to 90, so that way, if by some miracle Machinist gets caught up and done, then I can switch to Viper. But that's later down the line. For now, back to MSQ. All right. Actually no. I was gonna recap, but I'll save that for now. All right. One with nature. Aranville is eager to be off to the Piarionen Plain. Come, let's follow Walaka. There's another station on the way, so be sure to drop in. The train will be in the depot, but you can still see it from outside. I'm quite taken with the sleek design of the head end myself, though if you peek through the windows, you can probably catch a glimpse of... Enough jabbering, Shenza. Thanks to these two, we finally have some real work to do, so let's get to it. Well, see you later. I suppose there's no harm in stopping at the station. It's on the way, after all. I've already gone ahead and already took care of the ether currents, free ether currents here as well, so that's really nice. I like the fact that we are just redoing the trolley problem from Shadowbringers, which is really funny. Hey, train! I must confess, the train is an impressive sight. How easy it must be to ship goods throughout the wilds now. Alright, Mewason should be to the northeast of here. Let's continue on. Ah, good. I grabbed this place when I was doing ether current, so that helps. Such beauty. I know more than a few gleaners who would love to explore this land. Ah, there you are. The village is just up ahead. Truth be told, I've never had direct dealings with the people of Mawastone, but I do know that their traditions mean a great deal to them, as does the land. Oh, so this is like an actual, like, Native American-ish tribe? That's really cool. I thought this was like an outpost. That's cool. Oh, you know what? We'll probably meet one of the Catboy that's here. Oh, that's right, because we're dealing with the Hisaro. That's right. Ah, such lovely clean air. It feels like a treat after the overpowering ceruleum of Shinasawazi Springs. The waters nearby are just as pristine. It's a paradise for people and animals both. I'm glad you appreciate the blessings of nature as we do. Greetings, travelers, and welcome. I am Wato, chief of the Mewaheson, and this is my son, Geppetto. Pleasure to meet you. I thank you for the warm welcome, and apologize for our sudden intrusion. I am Walika, station master of Shock Choral Railing. The recent earthquake has damaged our tracks, and we require timber to make repairs. This is Sho and Aaronville, who have volunteered to assist us with the restoration effort. You have a most curious air about you, of oil and steel, tanned leather, and the faintest hint of tender grass of lands unknown. I gather you are not from these lands? I'm Traveler of the Star. I hail from Eorzea. Truly, I would love to know more of you and the lands you have seen. I am told your people hold your traditions in the highest, yet I gather you are curious about those of others as well? But of course, nature is boundless, as is our love for her lands and her children. The Hesso is in particular, have done much to guide our way of life. Where to hunt, to gather, to lay our heads, the Hetso teaches us all these things and more. It is for that reason, I believe, that we are attuned to the shifting winds around us. I see. That word, Hetso, it means leader of souls in the Hisaro tongue, does it not? It does. There are many creatures revered as Hetso among the Hisaro. Here we look to the Runique for guidance. However, as you may have gleaned from our use of Aetherites, while we are committed to our traditions, this does not mean we reject all outside influences. That said, there are certain things that give us pause. We will furnish you with the timber you require, but first, as neighbors in this land, we ask that you indulge us in a discussion. We'll be glad to, of course. Wonderful. We do not often receive guests come such a long way, and my son is always so delighted to hear their tales. Now, if you'll follow me. If they follow the Runique with the seasons, it makes sense that they would live in tents that can be broken down and transported easily. This tent is made with the hide and bones of Runique. I wonder what else they are used for here. Say, do you like to hunt? And what weapons do you like to use? will speak frankly, we fear the winds of change will soon bring misfortune to the land. The Renique have made the potential for danger plain. As you may have heard, their temperament has become erratic of late. A stableman near Husatawi mentioned that. Do you know what has caused this? We have our suspicions. Since others were drawn to this land by ceruleum, Shaloni has undergone a transformation. It's manifest destiny, baby! And the railroads are part of that. As strong and resilient as they may seem, Renique are sensitive creatures. The roar of the train as it thunders through the plains may well cause them distress. As my father said, we do not necessarily reject outside influences or innovations, but in this we can't help but worry. Understandably, I thank you for being forthright. This matter concerns not only the Hisara, but all of Shaloni. Perhaps we should bring it to the attention of Valcona. Valcona, you say? We know him only through rumors, but he is apparently... How should I put this? Hard-headed and aloof, he values technological advancement and efficiency to the detriment of all else. He's gotten better, though. It's fine. Mind your tongue, Geppetto. No, it's fine. It's fair. That's a fair criticism to have. While there is a grain of truth to the rumors, he is not nearly as bad as they make him out to be. Yeah. His journeys have changed for better. He's a bit awkward, so he tends to get misunderstood. He's a passionate man who cares for his people like his sister. He's a bit awkward, but so he tends to get misunderstood. He's a little awkward. Is that so? As we admittedly have never met him ourselves, perhaps we were too quick to judge his intentions. Sho fought beside Valcona in the Rite of Succession. I'd take her word over rumors. You took part in the Rite of Succession? You're that close to the Dawn Servants? I was grateful for any help, but had no idea I had recruited a bona fide hero. Now, well, you know. The secession of the Dawn Servants filled us with uncertainty for the future, but there is clearly much we do not know. On this particular occasion, the winds of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts and minds that we might see Valcona for who he truly is. Do you think he might visit someday? Just as his father offered us guidance, I'm hopeful that he will do the same. Thank you for hearing the allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. As for your timber, we have freshly cut logs near the lake. Please, take all that you require. We're terribly grateful. I promise we'll keep the Renique foremost in our minds as we continue working on the railroad, and if it needs be, we'll seek Valcona's counsel. My thanks again for your time in the timber. We shall endeavor to return the favor. I hope to see you again soon. We have to carry all of this back to the station? We've more than enough timber to fix the ties. Now we need to transport it to the station, which will be a bit more involved than I thought. I didn't expect we'd be given so much. Mind waiting here a spell while I round up a few more hands and a Renique? I won't be long. I'm glad that went well, and thankfully, it seems we won't need to make several trips for the timber. And the land would tremble. Aaronville regards the pile of timber with undisguised weariness. While we wait, we could get started moving the timber somewhere more accessible. It shouldn't take long if we split the work. Crate of rough-cut timber. Deliver the crate of timber to the main road. You will have 2 minutes to complete the task. Yes. Ho ho, hee ha ho ho, hee ha ho ho, hee ha ho. Sorry, I'm replying to something. I should think this is enough. That was mighty kind of you to move all that lumber. Sorry we didn't make it back sooner. We'll see to the rest. Once we've repaired the tracks, we'll have you on the first train out of town. Ain't that right, Chief? As much as I'd love to make it so, there aren't any spots available. You'll have to wait for the one after, I'm afraid. But you'll be riding free of charge. It's the least we can do to repay your kindness. That's fine. Namika and a few others were here long before we arrived. It's only right they go before us. I hope you'll stop by and see the train off. It's a breathtaking sight, let me tell you. And Nidowike will be driving. No engineer compares to her. It's always a treat to watch her work. The only work we should be worried about is our own, Shenza, and we've still more to do. I'll find somewhere quiet near the station to pass the time. If there's anything else in Shaloni you're keen to see, I'll leave you to it. We'll handle the rest of the work from here. You just sit tight now. My thanks again for your timely assistance. Won't be long now before the tracks are fixed and you're on your way. It'll be good to have the train running again. I miss the sound of her barreling down the tracks. How'd you feel the sights? Well, they appear to have almost finished. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh my god. I feel like that warning has been happening a lot in this expansion, in this MSQ. I think we've gotten like 3-4 of those warnings. They're pretty quick, like back to back too. But we got 2 yesterday, and then we have 1 today. I think we had a 1 the day before too.
A glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
I like trains.
Here she comes!
The train! The train! We have upgraded from trolleys to trains! looking to thunder through, baby.
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Hells yeah. I love that we see like this source the source versions of the people in Amarang. It's so great. I saw someone last night.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Taral. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yasolani.
When I was doing it, so I got ether currents earlier today, and I saw someone in shout chat being like, this place has real Amarang vibes. And I was like, based on the people that I have met here, yeah, that's pretty accurate. That makes sense.
And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with. But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day, our trains are running coast to coast.
There you go.
That's the ultimate dream. Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yasolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Whoa.
Not another one!
That's
You can't be serious.
is not the train. Whoa! Well, that's not normal. Whoa.
Gods have mercy.
Whoa! That's not normal. Alright, okay. That's super not normal.
What in the flying? What's happening?
Oh, the train. Nitobekwe and the others.
My home lies that way as well.
Shit.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
Well, so much for Manifest Destiny. Oh. Fuck. It's reverse Manifest Destiny. It's not our destiny, it's theirs. Fuck. That's not good.
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliyolar?
We need to follow that airship. Honestly, I didn't expect to have to turn around yet. Like, I figured we would have to backtrack, but I thought that was gonna be way later. I didn't expect it to happen now. Oh, shit! Wow, things really popped off.
Heavens forfend.
You're here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The people need our help.
I did not expect them to invade Tulu at all. That's actually that's surprising. I didn't expect that. Also, am surprised that this is all kicking off. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It makes sense that it's all kicking off, but still, I'm like, oh my god.
What the?
Oh. Oh.
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
Robots? Oh my god, they're just gunning people down on the street! Oh no.
Someone help me, please! Oh.
Bastard!
Oh, they're stealing people's souls! They're stealing people's souls and uploading them into the Matrix! They have to be!
What did it just do?
They stealing souls, uploading them into the Matrix, making robots? Is that Baku Jaja? Yeah! Yeah! Let's go!
Save the things. Just get to safety.
There you go. There you go. My man. Let's go. The redemption arc. Yay. Fuck yeah, man.
I'll hold the line here. Fall back to the palace. Quickly, before it's overrun.
Thank you, Baku Jaja.
Time to show them what blessed siblings can do, baby.
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to taste my blade next?
Let's go. The redemption. Let's go. Love it. You love to see it. Our maiden. There she is. Our enigmatic maiden. Hey, you're not dead. Oh. Interesting.
That you should still live.
Zoralcha?
By the gods. What has happened to you?
This is your butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
I'm surprised he's not dead. Actually shocked by that.
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuliolol and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
You can try.
Have you gone mad?
No, my ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
You're insane. You're actually insane.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time?
Power.
To harm the very people you swore to serve. This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
I liked that
You
chair.
have heard my ultimatum.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
No. His sins are mine to bear.
Fear not. Ozoralja is strong. He has never been father's equal in combat.
Yeah, but as you can see, Zoralja has cybernetic enhancements, so I don't know if that's really gonna. I don't know if that's a factor. I don't know if he's really gonna be able to stand toe to toe, or he's gonna be under
To have the
you
chance
now.
to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
I really hope the dad doesn't die. If he dies, I would be really upset. Nice. There you go.
Farewell, Zoralja, my son. And forgive me.
You should double tap. He's been given immortality.
What? Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one. I shall even the odds.
So I wonder if the people, like the whatever this nation is now, when they're abducting people, I wonder if it's literally like the Matrix, where they're abducting people's souls and then using them as batteries. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Papa?
Oh snap. Oh snap.
Even the blessed are mortal.
Father!
You are no match for me.
Murderer. On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
Thralcha, wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
We are definitely this is definitely like patch quests, which is awesome. It's awesome. But like, holy shit. Father, no, this cannot be. How could this happen? I could scarcely believe my eyes. We did everything we could. Everything. But it simply wasn't enough. 12 have mercy. No, Papa can't die. He can't. No time for tears. Wuklamot is struggling to process what she has witnessed. How could this happen?
enough. I am beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, oh friend?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look after my children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left. But if that's what you want, it would be an honor.
You and I must go on another journey together someday.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
Oh no, it's so much worse.
Please, Father, you must save your strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
Damn. Just damn. I'm surprised that I thought Kettenrom died, so I'm surprised that he was there, but like I think seeing Kettenrom like sitting away, like facing away, it feels so like it hurts so much more, cuz you know that like he blames himself because he got jumped. And so then he got jumped, Zerah just stole the tablets, was able to get into the City of Gold, like, because Kettenrom got ambushed, it's all, like, he would have to blame himself, and it feels so bad. We must see to the people, assess casualties, as well as any damage done to the city. Yes. If only I'd been more careful. Yeah. See, like, there it is. Yep. I don't understand. At a time like this, we must take the initiative. There will be countless people in need of help. Gulu Jaja was so proud to be succeeded by his children. To think that he will never get to see them carry on his legacy. What can we do now? Alright, so, Valkona, I bring word from the city. The enemy has withdrawn, and the Landsguard have begun rendering aid to the people. Casualties within our ranks have hindered progress, but we continue to do all that we can. I thank you for the report. Please inform the Guard they are to prioritize such efforts until further notice. The people. I need to help them. We will assist you in whatever way we can, of course. Thank you, thank you. There are sure to be wounded everywhere, more than I could count. We'll split up and help all of them. You can count on us. Alphino and Alize, could you take Bayside Bevy and Cryo and Aaronville, the palace perimeter? As for show, please come to the Resplendent Quarter with me. We'll all meet back here afterwards. Ominous clouds is our weather. I was curious if it was going to be different. Where are those airships? Surprisingly, things don't look broken. I was a little curious about it to see like what if anything's like destroyed, you know. My thanks. I'll be fine now. But we failed to protect the people. Why did so many have to die? Where were Valwuklamon and Valkona? Ah, they're not to blame. I understand I do, but I need to clear my head. Thank you, miss. But my husband and son, they were... Let's see if I'm not going up here. Farther down then. Oh hey! No wait, no, you're 9. I was thinking of Rimuruk. Thanks, I'm alright. Did you see them? Those soldiers? They looked like people, but they killed and killed with no hesitation. If they attack us again, how can we hope to defend ourselves? Thank you. I thought I was done for. I heard something disturbing. The enemy leader. They say he looked like Zoralja. But that can't be true, can it? Why would the first promise attack his own people? But if it was him, what happens now? Is he going to come back? What do we do if he does? Thank you. The pain is better now, but I can't stop shaking. Where did they come from? Why did they attack us? And why are those things still in the sky? We had peace under Gulu Jaja. We were safe. But now... You finished aiding the people here? Thank you. There were children among the wounded. Children. No, now isn't the time. There are still others who need help. Could you go and see how things are at Talon March, and afterwards go and find Alize at Bayside Bevy? There is no evidence of significant damage from the battle. The fighting did not spread this far, it seems. The fresh scorch marks on the ground are doubtless from the enemy assault. Oh, okay, here we go. Now you see, it's all down here as you see it now, okay. I see. The shop appears to have weathered the chaos, though its wares have been strewn across the floor. The port remains unscathed, but the enemy ships continue to loom overhead. I've helped all those I could find and seen them delivered into the Landsguard care. As many casualties as there are, it would have been worse if the Landsguard hadn't fought as bravely as they did. And if Sir Ralja actually meant to harm the people. I mean, look around. The buildings are hardly damaged. I suspect his aim was more to incite fear, to show that he can strike whenever he pleases. But we can discuss that later. How is Lamati? Even after what happened to her father, she's trying so hard to fulfill her duty to the people. Still, everyone has their limits. She needs rest, and soon. Someone mentioned seeing her head towards the shore. Perhaps she's gone to the Gornatruk Gleam Sands.
Steady now. I've brought you medicine. Drink.
Is that isn't Namaka, is it?
There you are, Lamachi. I was beginning to...
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Lamachi. Lamachi!
Just...
How could I?
Look at me, Lamachi. You need rest. You and her both. I will tend to this soul.
But my people... I have to help them.
The Landsguard have matters well in hand. Trust in them. If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness.
F, I did not expect to need tissues. I did not expect to actually need tissues for this expansion. I came here for a wholesome vacation with a little bit of adventure and danger. I did not sign up for emotional trauma, god damn it! I paid my dues! I did my time! F. Fuck me.
So much for that promise.
God damn.
Good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people!
I love that. I appreciate that. So like the journey that we did for the Rite of Succession does feel quick, but at the same time I think it was properly paced out to like show Wuklamot grow into being a leader, and I like that we are now having her have to be a leader and still show that it's like this is her first trial as a leader, and I do like that. And it's not like a rebuilding type of thing. It's like okay, you're hitting the ground running. We'll handle this together.
You'll stick with me.
I feel, and like I really like Wuklamot as a character. I love that she's such a bleeding heart character. And it breaks my heart to like see her upset like this. And I think it's so well done. It's so well done.
Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do rather than what I can't. We've dealt with unfriendly factions before. From Yokhui still longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen. Even so, I believe that by learning about one another and engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our differences. And we did.
I also like that her problem, because her solution has always been, talking things out, settling things. What happens when you are met with an enemy that cannot be reasoned with? When you have to fight back. I love that this is our problem.
My brother is different. There will be no reasoning with him. He killed our people. Our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal.
Yeah, I love that the issue that she has is that what happens when you cannot be diplomatic.
What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve. If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him.
I'm fine. Just needed a moment to settle my nerves. Thank you for being there for me, and for urging me on despite all my sulking. Sitting around complaining isn't very leader-like, is it? It happens. So much has happened so quickly. I struggle to make sense of it all. The strange soldiers, those floating ships, the new powers Zoralja commands. Given everything he's done and still intends to do, I know I can't afford to run headlong into battle. Not this time. I cannot let this terrible pain in my heart lead me astray, but I will make it my strength. The strength to do what I must. There you go. Hold that fire, Wolfgamot. You hold it tight until it burns your hand. Right. I'm heading back to the palace. I need to talk strategy with Kona. Could you and the others join us in a while? However we decide to proceed, I want you all to be aware of it. Oh, and could you tell Alize I'll be alright? She's probably at Bayside Bevy. Yeah, you hold that rage. You hold it tight in your hand until it burns. Oh, you're back. By that, I take it to mean Lama T is feeling better. She needs to be strong for the people of Tyrol. I understand that, but she doesn't have to do it alone. So if she intends to fight, then we fight. Together. That said, I wish I knew exactly what we were up against. Pick up the pieces. Alize regards the fallen soldier thoughtfully. It's clearly not a person, but it doesn't look like any automaton or magitech weapon I've ever seen. As far and wide as you've traveled, though, perhaps you've encountered something similar before. Would you mind taking a closer look? It may yield some clues as to Zoralja's new powers. At first I assumed they were soldiers in armor, but when I cut them down, it became clear that wasn't the case. Examine the fallen soldier. Alright, the helm. In place of where eyes or a mouth might be, you see a strange sigil on the front of this helm. The general shape of this weapon resembles a gun, but its construction suggests it's far more advanced than anything you've seen before. From a distance, it appeared to be simple armor, but upon closer inspection, its construction is quite intricate. The material from which it is made is unclear, and you see no signs of a power source. So, what do you think? It looks like a person, but it's clearly mechanical. Indeed, while it resembles a person, it has features that make it uncanny. The lack of a face not least of all. Did you see any signs of a power source? so it probably doesn't run on ceruleum or any other conventional fuels. I tried channeling ether into it earlier, but there was no response. That would seem to rule out it as an arcane entity. It's completely lifeless now, a far cry from the unstoppable enemy it was in battle. Even the material it's made of is a mystery. Rather than a metal, it's more akin to stone. Wait, haven't we seen this somewhere recently? The quarry. I didn't see the second option. I think it was like the place at Stone 2. That's right, the glowing stone used in the chamber of the gate to the Golden City. And while the soldiers are a different color, the warships are the same black as the stone of the gate itself. The fact that this is stone is weird, because it doesn't actually look like stone, it does look like metal. So I'm actually surprised by that. There has to be a connection. Let's share our observations with the others when we gather at Sunperch. The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better. Yeah, this doesn't... I'm actually kind of disappointed. It doesn't look like stone. I mean, it looks like maybe like polished stone, you know? But it does not look like stone, which is mildly upsetting. But that is me nitpicking. Looks like everyone is here already.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care. Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told.
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
Is it Thancred and Durayanje? Is it our favorite uncles?
By all means.
And Yastola and Graha? Is it the team?
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
Is this the part where we all get the band back together?
Greetings, everyone.
Hey! Hey! He's here! Hey! Alright, let's go! We trade our uncles out. We trade the dads out for the cats. We bring our cats in. We first half you had Thancred and Urianger. Second half of the MSQ you have Graha and your Stola.
After that
Let's
long
go.
voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest, but I gather circumstances are quite dire.
Oh, look at her eyes. Her eyes are like
all is well in the annex, never fear.
Gleaming.
I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
Our boyfriend and our wife, let's go!
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Gulul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wublamat, I was allowed to attend that meeting. What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise.
Let's go!
It was actually after that the dome manifested. But, based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
God, where to
As
start?
you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Tural. A letter from the Dawn servant, addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold.
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Tural nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Gulul Jar Jar. Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep Cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And
it led to another reflection.
Oh. That is not what I expected. I see.
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Gulul Jar Jar. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
So this is not another... It's not another civilization. It is a completely separate world. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Galuf is not a Lalafell. This
black stone
makes sense now. This makes sense now. I always thought Galuf was a Lalafell. He's not. I see. Okay.
If the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here.
Sorry, I meant not civilization. It's not another nation. I should say. It's another reflection.
They're rakers.
Either way, it's not part of the source. This was my
Mention
main.
of glowing stones.
Very, very interesting.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allagan, or Mahi, or Nemean. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Never heard anyone say Mahi.
7 hells! What did you do?
Nothing.
An earthquake?
None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Nay, this is different.
And I think the real question is this goes to another reflection. What reflection is it? I assume the 9th, because that would make sense, because of solution 9. And also... Oh, shit! Cryos from a different reflection! That's crazy, yo. That's crazy. Just like that, huh? They really just gave up Cryo to...
Baby?
Just like that?
Now, hold on. Why would you...
Just like that.
What's this?
What is this? Who are you?
Great question. That is a very interesting revelation that Cryo is not of the source. Meaning that there is a source version of Cryo somewhere on the source.
Though it never opened again, Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the void. We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach. Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important. So Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping. Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Charlian and raised her as his own.
Then the child was...
Cryo. Baldessio.
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself.
Meaning that there is a source version of Cryo somewhere else in the source. If there's a reflection of Cryo somewhere else.
I was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this. But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
Cryo, I don't think you understand that there's literally another you somewhere in the world. There's another you somewhere in this world. I don't think you understand.
They're somehow connected to the Golden City.
Thinking back on it, the soldiers look like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory.
Kettenrum, are you not gonna like talk about how you got jumped and that Zeralja kind of, you know, took your tablets and whatnot? Because
on the day of the succession ceremony,
okay, there you go.
A bandit took me unawares and knocked me out. When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit? You believe that it was...
I only got a glimpse of him, but I was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know of no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zeralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical army.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections. But what of my home? What's become of it?
Honestly, we don't know. At worst, it's gone. At best, we don't know. This looks like a job for the Scions of the Seventh Dawn!
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
Time to get the band back together, baby!
We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
Yeah, we've been to other reflections before. This ain't our first rodeo.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go. I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zorolja and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city. As such, I shall remain in Tuliolal. Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we are prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the Dome crew.
Dome crew, let's go!
You should accompany them, Graha.
Dome crew!
I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful. In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
This talk of reflection is perplexing to say the least. I should be glad of your help in understanding and overcoming this crisis. It's embarrassing to think how Zoralja caught me unawares, but I've no doubt the bastard came to kill me. I reckon he would have succeeded were it to anyone else. Who would have thought him taking the key would lead to all this? Please be safe. We'll find a way to breach the dome, and we'll make sure everyone inside is safe. Another reflection encroaches upon our own, but how and why now? I'm indebted to Ojika for overseeing our operations in my absence. I will endeavor to make myself as useful as I can here. I struggle to believe I am from another reflection. I wonder, does this mean my soul is thinner than a native of the source? Surely not. Jastrola would have noticed. Gods, there's so much I don't understand. My head is ripe to burst. I fear we need to know more if we're to defend against another assault. I know what I have to do now. Together, as one. Before investigating the dome, Wuk-Lamat wishes to see to one important matter. I know we're in a hurry to set off, but before we do, I need to address my people. The peace we swore to uphold has been shattered. They need to understand what's happened and how we intend to fix it. So I want to call an assembly at the Winged Walk and assure them that all will be well. But as shaken as they are, I don't know how many will come. It's those who are most distressed that truly need to hear your words. If you like, I shall seek out such souls and encourage them to attend. I'll help too. This is an important step in the city's recovery. Care to join us, Show? While you handle that, Anvil and I will see to provisions for the expedition. Thank you. I'll go ahead and have the Lands Guard announce the address. People must first know there's going to be one before they can decide whether or not they want to hear it. If you can see to the Resplendent Quarter and Bayside Bevy, Alize and I will split the rest of the city between us. I shall have to examine one of these mechanical soldiers later. I have a mind to inform Thancred and Urianger as well, but they may have already left Tyrol. Well, Graha wants to call Thancred and Urianger, which would be nice. Would be dope if they did. Get the band back together, baby. Let's see, 669. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ooh, baby. We'll hold on to the coffers for now. If I can still get into the dungeon, it's whatever, then it's fine. If I can't, that's when we pop the coffers. Pop them when we need them. Immediately. If Tuliol all falls to the enemy, what will happen to us? To our homes, our farms, everything we've worked so hard to build? Lives and communities and histories, all reduced to ash by these merciless villains. I heard Val Wuklamat is planning to address the people, but what's the point? What can she and her brother possibly have to say? Really? The Dawn Servants have a plan already? They've lost so much, yet they're prepared to carry on. And standing around worrying about what's to come will change nothing. It would be a lie to say I'm hopeful for the future, but I will go hear what they intend to do. I still can't believe we were attacked. For a mercy, my family was spared. I don't know what I would have done had they come to harm. I understand Val Wuklamat is going to make an address soon. I'll be there, of course. This person does not need to be persuaded. Oh, I gotta find people. Fuck me. I see. Please, leave me be. My father is gone. Leave me to mourn. Gulu Jaja is slain? And yet Val Wuklamat and Val Kona still fight for our nation? For us. Very well. If they would speak, the least I can do is listen. It's not safe here, not anymore. I could try to leave Tyrell, but where else is there to go? You look like the well-traveled sort. Please, I can't stay here, but I fear nowhere in Tyrell is beyond the enemy's reach. What are the lands across the salt? I know. Even if I ran, I know I'd regret it in the end. I love Tyrell. This is my home, and I know the Dawn Servants would give their lives to defend her. I will put my faith in them and listen to what they have to say. Proposed merchant probably doesn't need to be convinced. I need to stock up on food and medicine, as much as I can. And what else is there? I can't afford to forget anything. Sorry, miss, I'm busy. I'm too much to do, too little time. There's no telling when those stone men will return. I have to get out of here and find somewhere safe. Val Wuklama wants to speak to us? Perhaps she has a plan then. I suppose there's no harm in hearing what she has to say. Whatever it is, I don't have time. I have to finish repairing this cart. There's only so much I can carry on my back. When those hollow devils come again, I need to be ready. Val Wuklaman and Valkona mean well, but they're young and inexperienced. They can only barely look after themselves. If we're to survive, I do not know if I can count on them. They're going to strike back at the enemy? So they're resolved to face this. Maybe it is too early to be thinking of running. Alright, I'll go and hear their address. Maybe it is that dude. Phew, cleaning up is tiring work. You've been busy helping us well, I'm guessing? Right now, it's tough for everyone, but Tuliyola won't succumb to this. With the new Dawn servants to protect and lead us, we'll get through it together. I can't leave now. What if the soldiers come back? And what are those strange machines looming overhead? Gosh, I have so many questions. I see. It would put my mind at ease to learn something, anything, of the threat we face. Alright then, I'll go to the Winged Walk. Thank you. I feel better already, and likely better still once I hear what the Dawn servants have to say. I was just discussing the gate to the Golden City with Ketenram. He has been patiently answering my few questions. Few questions? More like a bleeding broadside of them. Took me back to my time with Gallup, it did. Charlie and Scholars, I swear. Did you not see Alize on your way here? It seems Cryo and Aaronville have yet to return. Still busy making preparations for our expedition, I presume. Oh, I didn't see Kona. That's okay. It looks like you brought quite a few people. Thank you. Alize had actually returned ahead of you, but upon hearing that you were still out there, she decided she was unsatisfied with her own efforts and left again. My apologies for involving you all in Turali affairs. We are simply helping dear friends in need. Having traveled the lands of Tural, sharing in the rich cultures of your people, I could see no other way. What's more, Zoralja and his army pose a threat not only to Tural, but to the star as a whole. We will stand with you to protect what you hold dear. Thank you. I don't expect you've had much of any rest. How are you holding up? I'm fine, thanks to a little encouragement from Sho. You needn't worry about me either. Whatever weariness I feel is no match for my desire to protect my people. We will restore peace to the nation and preserve our father's legacy. And it begins by speaking to the people from our hearts. Right. We need to see a few things first, but feel free to go ahead to the plaza and wait. Their father raised them well. That he did.
Lamachi, are you all right?
Yes. Don't worry. I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger. Everything.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone. Remember this.
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack. He challenged the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill and valor, and for a moment we believed he had won. But wielding an unknown power, his foe returned from death and struck him down. I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family. As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zoralsha.
Zoralsha? It's true! I saw him!
We believe he staged the attack from Yasulani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well. But mark my words, I won't let Zoralsha torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
The enemy is still on our doorstep, and waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing. That's why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zoralsha and put an end to it all.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So please, have patience and faith.
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan.
My man.
Needless to say, you can count on my sword. Dural's my home, and I'll do my part for it.
My man! The champion we need!
Here, brother.
The champion we need!
That makes two of us. Or was that two of we? Never mind.
Semantics, semantics.
What of the rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and fight?
We fight! We fight! We're Tuliolans because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather this storm!
He's right. This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
We'll fight too! For Tuliola! Me too! Me too!
We're all together in this!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky. When we join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar, we're stronger than we dare to hope. Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tuliolal.
A nation that had been peaceful and now has to mobilize.
You are the beating heart of our nation. Each and every one of you. Uncertain days lie ahead, but for now, I ask you to persevere, to go about your lives as you always do. Only then can we ensure we have the resources to see our nation through these trials. And when the time comes, we will strike. Tuliola will not fall. We will prevail, and peace and happiness will be ours again.
I'm glad to see so many people came. I wasn't sure how many I had won over, so I decided to keep at it. That was a rousing speech, was it not? Let us do our part to ensure that the Dawn servants can fulfill their promise to the people. She did well. It is inspiring to see such diverse peoples rally as one. The people of Tyrol have come together for this fight. We must endeavor not to fail them. Listening to Wukmat and Kona, I was reminded of my time in the First. While the Exarch was no king, I often found myself speaking before the people of the Crystarium in like manner, and through their deeds they answered me. The people of Tyrol too will rise to occasion. This I can tell. I look forward to the day when peace is restored to Tyrol. There's so much I wish to see. In Yasolani's shadow, Alphino is considering how best to help carry out Wuklamat's plan. Well, the hour of departure is at hand. Those of us remaining here shall accompany you part of the way. I, for one, would like to see the dome firsthand. We set forth as soon as everyone is ready. I will inform Wuklamot that... And there you all are! Ah, Lamati! I like that. I find it very interesting that Alphino calls her Wuklamot, but Alize calls her Lamati. I think that's really interesting. We were just planning to call on you. Are you ready to leave? I am. Seeing the people come together as one, knowing they haven't given up hope. It was all the encouragement I could ask for. Right then, let's get going. We leave for the Shaktaral Skygate. Right. We should have everything we need for the expedition, from food to medicine to gear. It's quite amazing how much you can fit in Arenville's rucksack. The dome appears to lie well beyond Shaloni. A good thing we have Arenville to guide us. Yasurlani isn't exactly a short distance from Shaloni. If the train isn't operating, we'll need to consider other means of travel. Kona and Kettenram will continue to manage affairs at the palace. Once I've inspected the dome, I will join them to make preparations against further incursions. Even from afar, I can sense something isn't right about that dome. As Lamati says, let's stay vigilant. Everyone's here? Good. This is it, my friends. We go to strike down Zoralja and secure peace for Tuliolal. We'll be passing through Shaloni, where there have been reports of enemy movement, so stay sharp. The Lands Guard had told me about them. They emerged from the dome in quick succession and took to looming overhead. A display of force, like the vessels in Tuliolal. Indeed, and while they haven't taken any aggressive actions, I want to see how things are in the area before moving on. We'll be passing a few settlements on the way to Shaloni Station. It's the perfect opportunity to look around. In that case, Sho and I know a few locals who can help. Then let's divide into two groups. Arenville, Alize, and Sho will come with me to inquire with the locals. Meanwhile, the rest of you can go and inspect the dome. Understood. Once everyone has finished, let us reconvene at Shaloni Station. We can start with Husatawi. That's where the Dust Watch is based, if I remember correctly. You do. The Sheriff Kamaka should be able to tell us a few things. I always want to add extra syllables to the names, so then I have to stop myself, and then I get confused. I guess I probably actually don't need to. It's right there. I guess I probably didn't need to. I probably didn't need to teleport, but it's fine. So this region has its own peacekeeping force. Everything seems in order at a glance. The people of the wilds are brave indeed to remain here with those ships overhead. Oh, it's you two. And I'll be, well, Wuklamon as well. You're sheriff of the Dust Watch, yes? What's the situation here in Husatawi? Well, the enemy hasn't tried to pick a fight with us yet. The ships gave us a shock when they first appeared, but they've just been floating there holding position. That said, I've received some unsettling reports from elsewhere. We've been investigating to the extent we can, but we're spread thin and haven't looked in on Shishenawezi Springs yet. Apparently, mechanical soldiers were seen in the vicinity. What? If this is true, then the people there are in danger. I worry about the other townships as well. If the rest of you could head to the springs, I'll pay a visit to Mawahetso. I'll accompany Aaron, though. See you all in a while. Shenawetsi. And all clear this way. The mechanical soldiers don't seem to be in the area. Still, we should talk to the locals. Let's each make rounds and see what we can learn. Oh, you're the one who helped us the other day. Walika and the others are out investigating, and they've confirmed that Nitowake is safe. And after the train had begun its journey back here that the dome appeared. So those who were riding the train then are fine, but we don't know what's become of those who disembarked in Yasolani. What a mess! And just after we finished fixing the tracks. The mechanical soldier shows no sign of life. It appears to have been run through with a pole arm. Oh. A pole arm, you say? How very interesting. Oh, you're not who I need to talk to. How very interesting. A pole arm, you say? Joe, you came! As you can see, we're doing alright. After those ships appeared in the sky, soldiers clad in white showed up and surrounded the town. But to our surprise and relief, a traveler came along and dealt with them all in a flash. I'll never forget the way he soared through the air, spear in hand. Shame I never had the chance to ask his name. We're all safe thanks to him, but I can't say the same for those in Yasolani. We haven't heard from anyone there. I hope Namika is well. A spear in the air, you say? I wonder who that could be. What a mystery. You heard about the spearman as well? That couldn't be anyone else. What's this? Someone spreading more gossip about me? No, Zekawa. Oh, yes, Zekawa. Never mind. Yes, we are spreading gossip about you. Yes. Talk about how I saved the town travels fast. That's not to discount the help of my friend here, of course. We gave those machines a real beating. I thought you'd come sooner or later. Do you know what's happening? So you were indeed the one keeping the people safe. Thank you. Think nothing of it. The automata aren't particularly strong. But are the rumors true? Gulu Jaja is slain? I'm afraid so. Zoraja used some dirty trick to get the better of him. We'll make him pay for what he's done. Mark my words. You're going to help her, I assume? I see. With your contingent, you won't lack for strength. In which case, I will remain in Shaloni and keep an eye on things. That helps us more than you know. I'll send word to my brother before we set off. If you find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to contact Kona. Kona? Brother? Wait a second! You're the Vow of Resolve! I am, and you're Zekawa, right? I'll be counting on you to keep everyone here safe. Absolutely! If more of those hollow men show up, I'll send them packing. He's got spirit. He's got gumption. I'm the fastest gun in Shaloni, after all. Sho can attest to that. He is, actually, very quick on the draw. Glad to hear it. We leave Shaloni in your capable hands. Let's get patrolling right away, then. Bye, Astidian. Stay safe out there, and don't do anything reckless. Wasted words, huh? Just do what comes naturally. My man! Don't do anything reckless. Actually, just go do what you do best. Whatever, man. Who cares a shit? Right then, it's time we headed to the station and join the others. My man! Alright. We'll talk to your still in a bit. I can go bathroom really quickly. Wrong button. It seems those soldiers only appeared in Shishenawetsi Springs. Could they have been after the ceruleum? It seems the people of Shaloni are safe. What a relief. Mewahetson is still safe, but the animals are unsettled by recent events. The dome is absolutely massive. What manner of kingdom do you suppose he's claimed within its borders? Raha and I visited the settlements west of here. Thankfully, there was no damage or casualties to speak of. I heard from Wukulmat that Astinian was here. With him to watch over them, the people of Shaloni will have naught to fear. Thanks to Astinian, there were no casualties to speak of in Shaloni. The Hisara were safe as well. At the very least, there were no sightings of soldiers there. What about the dome? Did you learn anything of note? It is composed of exceedingly high concentrations of lightning energy. To even touch the barrier will prove fatal. When approaching it, we must exercise all caution. Then how are we supposed to get inside? If Zoralja and his army emerged from within, there ought to be an entrance. An entrance, you say? It so happens we might have an inkling where one is. These are the engineers of Shakcharal Railing, which operates the train between Shiloni and Yasolani. When we went out to recover the train, we had ourselves a look at the dome through a telescope. It was then we saw it, a large fortress-like structure that looked like it would straddle the dome's edge. You're telling us part of it is inside and part of it outside? That seemed to be the case, yes. While we only observed from afar, the soldiers were coming and going from it. From that, I'd say it serves as a passage between the outside world and whatever is inside. But as you'd expect, the area was heavily defended. It won't be easy to get near. Do you know what became of the passengers who went to Yasolani? Wuklamat's nursemaid was among them, a woman named Namaka. What? I'm afraid not. Only the passengers who were headed back here are accounted for. I can say for a fact everything was fine when we arrived in Yasolani. But when that big tremor struck not long after we left the station, I hit the emergency brakes and looked back, and all I could see was the dome. What's more, the fortress sits right on the tracks of all places. What are the odds of that, huh? Assuming this fortress serves as a means to pass through the dome, we should first determine how we're to reach it undetected. I don't care if we're detected. I say we smash our way inside. Despite how it sounds, I actually gave this some thought. Zoralja wants me to prove that I'm Father's worthy successor. If I fail, he'll destroy Tuliolal. By charging in head-on, I make my intentions plain as day, and in so doing, keep his eyes on me. A bold strategy. I like it. Of course, your plan will be no good if you're cut down before reaching their base. What you need is something that'll get you there quick and break through their defenses with a single decisive blow, and we have just that. So if the tracks go straight to the fortress, we can reinforce our train with armor, load her with all the fuel she'll carry, and send her hurtling at it to explode on impact. No, the train! You'd sacrifice the train? Chief, have you gone insane? You were just saying how relieved you were the train's in one piece, and now you want to turn it into a bomb? The train's not important. Our dream was to have railroads running from coast to coast, remember? These invaders have their way. There may not be any more railroads, let alone trains to run on them. Is that what you want? We sacrifice one train so that the whole herd of trains can live on. It's a sacrifice we have to make. The martyr train. These good folks are willing to put their lives on the line to get inside that dome and put a stop to all this. The least we can do is help them. But Chief... Listen, no matter how hard things may get, no matter how many times we fall, we can always get back up. As long as we're alive, we can always build another train. So have faith and quit your complaining. But what if we fall really, really hard? There's no gonna get back up if we're dead. Ends up. No one's dying on this train. I'll see to it myself. Needless to say, this will be a one-way trip, and we'll need to jump off at the last moment if we don't want to go out in a blaze of glory. You alright with that? This train has no brakes! This train has no brakes! There's no change in her mind, is there? Just promise me you'll be careful out there, honey. Wait, honey? We'll keep your wife safe, we promise. We won't leave you with any sorrows to drown, never fear. We'll keep your wife safe, we promise. I'll hold you to it. Can't start a family business without her, much less a family. It'd be a lie to say the loss of the train doesn't concern me. But with good friends and my loving wife beside me, that's all I really need in the end. Well, at least it'll go down as the legendary train that saved Tyrrell. That it will. But first, we've got work to do so she'll look the part. I don't know much about Magitech, but if there's anything I can do to help, you need but say the word. We'll keep that in mind. If any of you are willing and able to lend a hand, there's work that needs doing over at the storehouse. It seems we have our path forward. I believe this is a good time for me to return to Tulio Law and inform Corna of the situation. I shall return as well. I have new investigations to pursue. The dome's elemental aspect is similar to that of the gate in the Golden City. If we can identify a connection, we may learn something of use in our fight. It's one mystery after the next, but at least we're not without clues. It may not be easy, but I know we can get through this together. To use this train as an explosive is a brazen plan. We'll have but one attempt, so we had best make it count. The ships seem content to remain waiting in the skies, so let us take this opportunity to do what we can and prepare. I hope Namika is safe. Well, we have our plan. Now let's finish this train and blast our way into the dome. Even only just having met them, I can see how important the train is to Walika and the engineers. We can't let their sacrifice be for nothing. We'll make this plan work. See if we don't. Putting the plans into locomotion. Your plan is set, but Grahatia is not without reservations. While I have no objections to the plan itself, I have one concern. How can we be certain Zoralia will not strike Tulio Law in retaliation? I considered the possibility, but when my brother told me to come and prove myself, he meant it. He wants to show that his kingdom is superior to Tulio Law, and it'll give him no satisfaction to attack when he knows I'm not there. No, he'll be waiting inside the dome, waiting for us to challenge him so he can crush us and prove his strength. Indeed, if anything, we're more likely to put Tulio Law in danger by not taking the fight to him. So we indulge Zoralia, at least until Tulio Law has shored up its defenses. Right. We'll charge in from the front and keep his eye on us, during which time Konak will find a way to fortify Tulio Law. If you believe this is the best course, then we shall trust in your judgment. I expect there will be no small amount of enemy resistance, but we will do all in our power to assist you. Thank you. Well, time is of the essence. Let's go and see what's left to be done for the train. Everyone's hard at work on the train. I can't wait to see how it turns out. Looks like the work is getting underway. We'll finish in no time at all. So what can we do to help? No need to hold back. As I understand it, the two of you met your fair share of craftsmen during the Rite of Secession. Would you happen to know a few who'd be willing to come and help us complete modifications to the train? Of course. What sort of craftsmen did you have in mind? Let's see now. Perhaps my greatest concern is keeping the train safe from enemy attacks. Even with you all aboard to fend them off, it'd be over in an instant if they managed to get just one good hit on the cerulean tanks. According to eyewitnesses, the soldiers use lightning-based weapons, so I have a mind to install grounded rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who could handle that? No. We could ask the fellow with a fetish for formalities. You mean Wook Evu? While he has his quirks, there's no questioning his carpentry. A master carpenter for Okhanu, huh? If they'd be willing, we'd be glad to have them. But we'll need more than just a carpenter if you want this done in a timely fashion. We've got a lot of equipment that needs moving. Heavy equipment. I don't suppose you know anyone up to the task. Perhaps Swansea can help. Perhaps Zermurwer can help. Fontaine, yes! Zermurwer would be perfect. We'd be hard-pressed to find folks stronger than the Yokui, and I'm sure he'd be willing to help. You're friends with the Yokui? I'll be damned. We'll not want for strength with help like that. Next, I'd like to outfit the train with some powerful weaponry of its own. Like as not, the soldiers will be riding their flying vessels. We'll need countermeasures to deal with them. That's true. I, for one, can't use magic, nor am I handy with a firearm like my brother. Any ideas for ranged weapons we can use? Let's borrow guns from Kona for everyone. Install ballistas on the train. Big ones. I guess guns from Kona? Guns, huh? Well, they'd be suitable in theory. It takes no ordinary marksman to hit a flying target. So it'd need to be something that doesn't require that level of skill and precision. The weapons aren't exactly my field of expertise. Perhaps I could be of assistance. The Crystarian employed etheric cannons for its defenses, and I see no reason why their design cannot be adopted for your train. While I did not conceive them myself, I know the design. It should be possible to build them here, provided we have the requisite materials and skilled smiths. Now that sounds like something Fontaine can help with. What are the materials we need? The barrel can be fashioned from any metal, so long as it's highly conductive to ether. To power the cannon, we will require fire-aspected crystals of the highest purity. Fire crystals, huh? Might be as the miners over at the springs can help with that. Then if I could leave the crystals and smith in everyone's hands, I shall get started drawing up the schematics. Right then, I'll secure us the smiths. In the meantime, could you deal with the materials? Shenza is in charge of our supplies, so it might be good to talk to him about it first. Well, I think we're set for a plan. Thanks for the consultation. Now let's get this train dressed up and give her the proper farewell she deserves. The plan's coming together. To make good speed, I'm going to try and enlist some more help from among our friends back in Yaktaral. I'll leave the materials in your care. I think I saw Shenza over to the southeast. It's a shame Sid and his engineers aren't here to help. If they were here, I expect they'd turn it into a flying train. Shenza has given me a list of materials. We'll see to it they have everything they need. Right, time to put my knowledge gained in the first to use. That should be enough lumber for the armor. What else do we need? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. What can I do for you? Etheric cannons? Interesting. I have an idea where we can get the conductive metal, so I'll take care of it. I'm not sure about the fire crystals, though. Might be best if you spoke directly with the miner. Can I leave that to you? Great! You're friends with Ayate, aren't you? One of the best miners around. If anyone can get you the crystals you're after, it's her. Oh, Joe, what brings you around these parts? The purest fire crystals, you say? I think I heard tell about them before, but what was that all about? A hot commodity. A way to obtain fire crystals is on the tip of Ayate's tongue. Now I remember Cerula Analis. You can find them to the south of town. They actually ingest fire crystals and keep them in their gut, if you believe it. If you want the purest crystals, though, you'll have to go after the oldest, toughest Analis. There's nothing you can't handle, right? I'll show you where you can find some to hunt. Looking forward to seeing what Aaronville thinks so highly of you. There's quite a lot of fiery wildlife in these parts. We think it's due to the ceruleum, but no one can say for sure. Still, it's not often that you see the bigger, dominating sort, and that's what you need. What you'll have to do is hunt down a few of their kind. Establish yourself as a threat. That's known to draw out the leader. That's the spirit. While you're on the hunt, I'll keep watch nearby to make sure no hapless travelers come stumbling in. You see no signs of your prey. Perhaps you will have better luck to the south. Oh no! Fuck. Three stacks of wrath will allow you to execute primary plan. You can never get 3 stacks though. Amazing! You've dealt with the beast in no time at all! You need the crystals delivered to Shenza? I'll see that he gets it. The highest crystal, a fire crystal of the highest purity taken from the belly of a beast. I understand why it's blue, because it's ceruleum, but it's weird that it's not red. These fire crystals are for the train, aren't they? I heard about your plans to enter the dome. I want to thank you for going to such lengths to stop these invaders. And though he'd grumble if he knew I was asking this, please take care of him. Elena Shipa? Anyway, I'd be best on my way, and you as well. In case you're going to meet her, I saw Wuklamite heading for the station. Taking care of the crystals, have you? Things proceed at pace here too. Shenza told me you got the crystals for him. Good work. I've just returned from looking for extra help. We'll see in a moment who answers the call. All will be in readiness for them when they arrive. Damn it. I'm idle for a moment, and all I can think about is my home. Keep your chin up, Aaronville. We'll be on our way soon, and we'll find your mother. It'll be good to see her after all these years. There's so much I'd like to ask her about her time together with Papa. Oh, she'll talk your ears off. Once my mother starts, there's no stopping her. I wouldn't want it any other way. Right, let's return to helping where we can. The real work begins when the extra hands arrive. Look at all these people. Thanks for making the trek here. To be honest, I wasn't expecting so many of you. Since the attack on Tuliolol, I had been wondering if there was aught I could do to help. So when I heard about the upcoming operation from Balcona, I leapt at the chance to do my part. Peace will be restored, and then we can all enjoy a nice cup of mezcal. This is our home, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep it safe. While I assist with the efforts here, High Luminary Grifurler does the same at the capital. I'm truly grateful. With all of us working together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let's get to it, my friends! Yes, let's get to it. I don't know if this is really the vibe, but like, okay. I don't really know if this is really the vibe. It's a touch weird. Like, this is not the vibe I would be. This is like, kumbaya, we already did it. Like, we saved the day, we did not. This is not train building montage music. But okay, this is the vibe, baby! Woo! Okay. I don't really know if this was the vibe. But like, okay, sure, why not? Why not? Really could have used the Shadowbringers like hype music for the montage. I think that would have been okay. I just feel like this music would be better suited for a montage of like, hey, we did it, we saved the day, we've accomplished it. Not, hey, we're gonna build the train now montage. But all right, I guess it's nice to show that like, cause like so many days are passing, like. It is a whole thing, you know? Alright, everyone, that'll do it. It is cool that they show, like, the actual days that pass. You've done your part. Leave it to us to finish mounting the armor and cannons, and have yourselves a hard-earned rest. Thank you all again for answering the call. No need for thanks now. Whenever you need help, just give us a holler. Indeed. We must all do our part when our nation is imperiled. Hear, hear. We love Tyrell, and we love you, Val Lamont. I love you all too. Your kindness and goodwill will not be in vain. This I promise. Question, why is Zekawa here? Zekawa, get back to patrolling. What the fuck are you doing, man? Get back to patrolling, my guy. Thanks again for all your help. Wouldn't have been able to finish so quickly without you. Go and rest up, friend. Won't be long before the train's ready. Alright, 97. All aboard! Despite his fatigue, there is an undeniable air of satisfaction about Walaka. From here on out, we won't stop working till the train's ready. If you have any preparations, now would be a good time to see to them. The boarding call will come before you know it.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
Makes sense.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Finished at last!
Oh, look, he's got a bullhead. Let's go! Let's go!
Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
Hells yeah!
Amazing!
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with the ferric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modeled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
Let's go! Graha, we might want to share that with people in... with Kona and Tuliolal, because that's probably a good idea, actually.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
I agree. You did good, kid. This is the toughest locomotive I've ever seen. Let them try and put us up to this. It's a shame. It's a shame we have to blow her up. It's a damn shame. The train.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
All aboard the martyr train.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
Oh, imagine if this was a duty like the Air Force One gate in Gold Saucer, and you had to like use the turret to bring down ships. Oh, that would have been so cool.
In that case, I will
so
conceal the
dope.
train with a spell once everyone is on board.
Oh, that would
It should
so
last long
sick.
enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down. All aboard!
This train does not have brakes. Please keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times.
Vanish. At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
Not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert.
God, we were underneath. We were in the tunnel, like against the, probably laying down, so that way we didn't get clipped. Oh my God. This should have been a duty. This should have been a duty. Like the Air Force One gate, this should have been a duty. 100%. This should have been a duty. That would have been so fucking sick. This, why was this not a duty? This would have been awesome. This would have been so cool. Oh my God. And on rails, like, oh, this would have been so cool as a duty. This would have been so fucking cool. And then you could have been like, oh, hey man, I'm mad. Oh God, they got guns. They have bullets.
They switched to firearms.
Oh God. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Graha, you gotta jump!
Oh dear.
Oh.
Graha, jump!
Come on!
Yeah.
Detach. Yep. Oh boy! Uh-oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. I got you. I got you! This should have been a duty. This should have been a duty. Okay.
Erinville, I need you to take over for me.
Oh dear. You want me to what? My girl's really knocking away bullets with an axe. God damn. This is actually so fucking sick. This is so cool. Uh-oh. Almost there.
End of the line, everyone!
Wait for it. Go. You jump in the direction you're going to keep the momentum you have. Last second. Here it comes! Here comes the...
That was too close. Still alive, Erinville?
Mostly.
Erinville needs a change of pants. Well, door's open, so there's that at least.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
Vanguard, now accessible. Ooh, this is our dungeon. All right. That's exciting. I didn't expect that. Hells yeah. I'll remain out of sight until the fighting is over. At the risk of repeating myself, try not to do anything reckless. The rest is up to you now. I can make my own way back, so don't worry about me. Take care and good luck. The idea of venturing into enemy territory is daunting, but I believe I'm ready, or as ready as I'll ever be. There's no way Zoraja will be able to ignore our explosive entrance. Just a little further, and we'll be inside the dome. We couldn't have made it this far without the train. Let us see to it we go the rest of the way. Whew. Alright. Let's do this. I'm surprised, so, side note, so just a small thing. I like that, you know, with all the quests, you have Tower of Babel, Vanaspati, Katisis, Asioscope, Dust Vigil, Katana Ravel, you know, you have all these names, all like these titles and stuff like that. I find it funny that this dungeon is just called Vanguard. That it's just Vanguard. It's just a funny thing that you have all these fantastical names and then Vanguard. Just a small side note, but anyways. Alright. Zoraja retreats to the dome in Yasalani, but not before laying siege to his home and slaying his own father. This foul deed cannot go unpunished, and so Wuklamot lays plans to pierce the dome and pursue him. To that end, the engineers of Shakcharal Railing refit their cerulean-powered train, christened the Dawn Blazer, and after avoiding fire from Zoraja's forces, successfully send it careening into the fortress, bridging the dome with the outside world. With the path forward now open, the battle for Tulio Law begins as you and your companions take your first bold steps into enemy territory. Welcome to Vanguard. Okay.
Let's get to it. I stand ever ready.
I won't let you down. Let's give it our all. I won't let you down.
Okay, this is where this music comes from. Okay. Let's go. Let's get inside, quickly. Vanguard is under attack! Vanguard is under attack! All units, prepare for battle! Combat mode initialized. Intruders detected. I have to be very careful about this dungeon because of the fact it does, this is a higher item limit. It let me in, yes, but at the same time, I have to be very careful. Something tells me I'll probably be in this dungeon. Yes. I'm honestly surprised. Alright. Enemy sighted. R7 sentries, prepare to engage. Zoraja holds command over all of this? Well, that didn't take long. Oh, it's kind of like,
Hold on.
Mikes. Whoa! Alright.
Hold on.
Try this!
Alright. Woo! That is a motorcycle. Our boss is a motorcycle. This is not at all like the Guardians or the Alligans. I dare say we've not seen this like before. A red vehicle. An indication of rank, perhaps? Warning, intruder detected. Initializing extermination protocol. Where the wing blade? That was close. Okay, what was that blade just now? Such speed. Combat proficiency exceeds parameters. You're investing reinforcements. Prepare for aerial bombardment. Oh my god! Run! So we want to be inside. It's gonna go out. Oh, it's one of the inside because it's going in the other direction. You want to stay on the inside Ah, I see what you're doing, you cheeky fuck. I almost fell for it too. I was like, alright, I have to get out, but then, you're sneaky. Sneaky. Oh, so far so good. Vanguard Helm of Mamie. Oh, look at that. That's cute. Also dyeable. Hold up. Well, that's a little disappointing. This is cute, though. This is cute. That's cute. Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Engaging defensive turrets. Here they come.
Allow me.
Alright. This place keeps getting stranger and stranger. Everything appears to be made of the same strange substance.
Just the beginning.
Let's see where we go. I wasn't sure if there's more ads right before the boss or not, so I figured I would at least check. Protector. Well, well, what have we here? Another hunk of metal for the scrap pile. Gate initiating purge protocol. Also electrowave. Search and destroy. Careful, it makes ready to strike. What manner of weapon is this? Oh dear. Okay. Alright. All we have to do is dodge. Easy. Right? Hello? Oh. Careful not to touch. Okay. Oh, this is actually kind of cool. That's cool. Motion sensitive bomb has been affixed to you. Oh, acceleration bomb. Got it. Ooh. Oh, what the hell? Oh, use a bitch! Use a bitch! You suck! You fucker! Mother! Oh my god. We're in... Oh my god, I'm trapped like rats in a maze! This is awesome! That's so sick! That was awesome! That was so cool! Oh, that was sick as hell, yo! That was sick as fuck! To constrain your movement while you have to dodge all those things, that was so cool. I love that. I love that. That was amazing. Ooh, baby, that was sick. That. Acceleration bomb again. Turrets. That was too easy. How much further, I wonder? Half gloves of cast. Okay. Damn it all. Power the cross bridge and release the beast. We can stop them there.
I'll tend to your wounds.
about me?
Authoritative voice. Send in reinforcements. The commander will not tolerate failure. They're growing desperate. Honestly, I'm glad I brought Wukulon here, because she really just tanked that ad. She really just face tanked that whole ad. That was actually awesome. That was sick as hell.
I'll show you.
Alright. Bracelet. Accessories. I don't want accessories, I want gear. I want armor sets. That's what I want. I want armor sets. Come on. Hello. Now you are an actual person. That's such a serious breach to be allowed, but it ends now. Ophidian Outrider, Xander the Snake Skinner. We redeem our honor with your lives! This is their leader? Something's not right about this. You truly believe yourself a match for us? The audacity! dying very quickly. You can't, this can't be, know your place. Raja will have your head on a pipes. Okay. How could you? Ugh. Oh, he's gonna regen and then we kill him again. Oh, over already? Yeah, okay, I see. Alright, no more games. It's the same as Zeralja. That was no resurrection magic. I call on the soul of the serpent, the great devourer. Give me the strength to destroy our enemies. Oh. You'll pay for the souls you've made me waste this day. Yeah, it's the Matrix. It's not like I'm like the chimeras of Alan.
Allow me.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Now I'll show you.
That was cool. Not entirely sure how you figure out like which side is which. It might just be the direction the curve is going. That's probably what it is. So I kind of just did that by accident, honestly. I kind of dodged that by accident because I didn't know how to do it. Oh, rear guard. Fuck. Damn it. Forward guard. So it's going to cleat forward and then... Yeah, I got you. Yeah. I noticed the rear guard too late. So this one is... Yeah, it's rear guards and then you cross it with the Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I noticed the rear guard for the first part too late. Yeah, okay. Cool. Very cool.
I've got you now. Screech.
I think it's based off the curve. It's based off the curve. So this is like literally like the Matrix. They're abducting souls and using them as batteries for whatever technology they have and whatever they're using. It's kind of like the Matrix. Alright, we're 98. Hey, oh, nice. We got the orchestrion and we got the jackets. And the summoner one. Nice. Let's go with this. That's cool. Vanguard jacket of Vending. Oh, sick! Oh, dude, yes! Look, it's a little nutkin. Oh, yes! This is gonna be sick. I really am gonna want the, I'm gonna really want the casting version of this. Hopefully it looks similar to this, because, my pictoglam, I want to do like a graffiti artist thing, so this would be perfect. Hells yeah. Alright, this is the healing one. Okay, that's perfect. I need the casting order of this. I need the casting version of this for my pictoglam. Fuck yeah! Nice! Now to see what's inside the dome. Right, let's get moving. That was a most unexpected transformation. He was more snake than man by the end. Oh. I got materials. Very nice. That first boss was really cool. All of them are really great, but they all have really interesting mechanics. I like that they're very.
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Yassulani, and yet it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining. To where had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre. This cannot be Yassulani, can it?
So, okay. Heritage found. Interesting. So this, technically, is not supposed to be here. Technically, this thing, this is not supposed to be here, technically speaking. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. What happened here? There was no sensation of passing into a different world. This couldn't be a reflection, could it? Is this Yassulani? I was prepared for something strange, but this, it's like another world. I don't understand. Things keep getting stranger and stranger. The land of Levin. Aaronville looks upon Yassulani in disbelief. It doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor the wall over there. The material is not something we use in Tural. It's closer to what we saw at the gate to the Golden City, or those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have been built in so short a time. Then I'm inclined to assume we've been transported to another location, or perhaps... Well, speculation will avail us not. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Let's take a look around then. Effective turret. Axe beak. Haven't seen anyone so far. Oh, what's the weather like here? Umbral static. I recognize the lay of the land. It's definitely Yassulani, and yet... This place is isolated by the dome, yet the skies are heavy with thunderclouds, the air oversaturated with lightning-aspected ether. This place is unnatural in a way I've never seen before. That looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yassulani Station, where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate. .6 north and west. So this is our 5th area. Still one more area. Wild. pretty sure this is Yasalani Station, but from the state of it, I'd swear it was abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a bit more. Is it like time magic? Like, yeah, this could be like time magic maybe? This aetheryte is of Turali design. It's fallen into total disrepair, almost as if it hadn't been used in decades. Yeah, maybe like the dome affects the time, like time dilation? The building is a rotting husk. It has clearly been many years since anyone lived here. The tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem they haven't been tended to for a long while. Hello, casual soldier. I think this thing is broken. This is a water tower for trains, isn't it? Amidst enormous and alien structures, we have more familiar sights like this station. You find a train turntable. The thick layers of rust suggest it hasn't been used in years. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to take a look at this. It's one of the mechanical soldiers. Launchlink's broken, apparently. But I'd say its presence confirms this is indeed Zoralja's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything? So all evidence suggests this is Yasalani Station. Aye, and I've no doubt we're in Yasalani, but I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For few structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash, if I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. Is such a thing even possible? We have encountered this phenomenon before, as it so happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects, they are similar to one another, but in others, wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions causes time to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is Yasalani, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and dimensions, but if Aaronville says this is Yasalani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Aaronville! Oh, yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there next then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. May I be of assistance? It's still functioning? Oh, little eyes, so cute. Doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials. Bzz. Please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Bzz. Confirm. Bzz. Confirm. Bzz. Seems it's broken after all. It's too strange by half. Let's leave it and get go. Let's leave it be and get going. those lightning rods? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Southwest. 100 southwest. Might as well grab this one. Grab. Ether current. Ah. .449 west. Look there, the lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go and take a closer look. This material appears to be the same as that used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to bear fine etchings, rather reminiscent of arcane runes these. I suspect they're not merely decorative. I would posit it's used to harness lightning as an source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Y'shtola. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pros. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. Northwest. No sign of anyone. Oh, Aaronville. Let's stay vigilant. This is Aaronville's village? What in the world? I mean, there's a town over there, so maybe they moved? But again, why are the buildings so run down? I have to assume that it's like time, like they displaced the area and then it got resynced itself, you know?
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
It's you! She's pretty.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows. Sorolcha has told me a great deal about you.
Okay.
Sorolcha?
Are you friend or foe?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria.
Oh. Interesting. Alright. We are going to Final Fantasy IX.
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
The what? Oh, so you're... So, Zoralia is
Queen
the
of
King
Reason.
of Resolve, then.
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps
Zoralia is our King of Reason. Or King of Resolve.
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Zorulja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Uh-huh.
Then you're both behind the attack on Tuliyollal.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Zorulja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorulja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the queen.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasolani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliyollal suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliyollal. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the First. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope. In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts.
I love how Sphene was revealed to us as like, oh, this enigmatic maiden, this mystery. She might be an Ascian. She's as lost as we are. She's just the ruler of her nation, and she's like, yeah, I don't know. It just sort of happened. Zoralja came, and we were scared, and now we're here. I don't know. There's like, the mysteries is gone. she's also just as lost.
A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zoralja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides,
we need answers. We have far too many questions.
You're right.
And way too few answers.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tulihyolal?
Noble Wuklamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zoralja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolal.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting more people.
Wonderful. If you would follow me.
I take it there will be trouble if Zoralja hears of this. Isn't it a little odd for the queen to be walking about on her lonesome? Isn't this like a little weird?
Is that concern or suspicion?
Yes.
If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid?
She's way too chill. She's way too chill. It's so weird.
Just of course. But you do strike me as the most capable here.
She's absolutely way too chill about all of this. Like, way, way, way too chill. My girl, we are fucking under attack. Like, she is way too chill about all of this. Actually, though, it's kind of crazy. I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, right? Any way you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere, proclaiming herself a queen, is suspicious. That's fair, Alice. She's way too chill about it. Way too chill. A royal welcome. Alize is inclined to keep a close eye on the queen. Well, having established that, we should be wary. We could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn. Perhaps about Sphene as well. Pow. 81 southwest. Oh, I have a suspicion. I have a sneaky suspicion that it's up here. I don't really have a good way to like actively get there right now, you know? Unless I backtrack and then Let's see if we can get this ether current really quick. It's so close. I don't know. Guess we have to see. I'm just gonna keep it at it. I'll grab it later. Takes way too much work to have to. Oh, look at these irrigation things. These are cool. A most unusual farm, but the produce appears normal enough. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Chiral? They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Chirali have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing. But the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here, as well as provide what nature cannot. Electro what? Electrope. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts. No, I'm gonna forget it. I'm moving on. I got focus. No, MSQ. It's fascinating how they combine traditional bricklaying with electrope-based engineering, a curious blending of two cultures. I'll admit, I've seen nothing particularly suspicious, yet. This is a Tonawatan village, or at least it was, before the dome and these strange contraptions. It's a rather lively settlement, isn't it? In defiance of this ceaseless gloom, almost. It's a relief to see the people here are well. Hopefully the same can be said for everyone in Yasalani.
Here we are.
Isn't this?
Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
This sounds really familiar. I think this is similar. I think this is something from 9, I think it's one of the towns from 9. I'm pretty sure. It might be Alexandria itself, but I don't remember. But it sounds very, very reminiscent to 9, which makes sense. They all got a doohickey.
Queen's Fiend? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The Queen has come!
You look well, Paquine. And Katonye, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder.
Right?
Honestly, she reminds me of you, Namachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can. Even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
This is weird. This is so weird.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolo's vow of resolve Wuk Lamat and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Rook Lamont is still so young.
Still? What?
Oh, where are my manners? I am Popone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Huh? What do you no, back, go back. What do you mean by still? What do you mean by still? Huh? What do you mean by still? What does that mean?
Popone? That is a Tonawautan ring to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
They're from the future. They have to be.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasolani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say?
They're not technically the people of Yasolani. They're descendants of the people of Yasolani. They have to be.
Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
You know my mother?
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
The robots have ears.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the dome first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Popone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
30 years? Huh?
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoralja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
My head hurts. So, this is this like a pocket in another timeline, perhaps? Maybe. Like, maybe this might be occupying yeah, this might be like a pocket timeline type of deal. Like, Zoralja is essentially, yeah, it could possibly be Zoralja has almost essentially basically traveled back in time after going into the reflection. Yeah, and then like he's brought, and like this is basically situated as like a I don't know, my brain. I'm gonna have I can feel my skull splitting in half.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Right. Yeah, so this was time travel then.
30 years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome.
meaning this is a piece of another reflection. Do you suppose time is still passing faster in here? Both of these are great, but this is a really big question.
I was able to make contact with Yestola not long ago via link pearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern.
Okay.
And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the source's temporal flow.
Right.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information.
Yeah. I'm going to assume that Zoralja somehow this is an alternate timeline Zoralja, and so now he has come back because he's coming back in time to do whatever.
Sveen, would it be alright if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
My head hurts now. My head hurts now.
By all means.
Holy Lord Almighty. We've gone off the rails
Time
real
to see
hard.
what we can see of Alexandria then.
It's and like the people who used to be here, this is a Matrix situation where they're
And its people.
being used.
I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasolani.
No, man, they're all dead. They're batteries. They have to be.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zorolja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine. And that's enough for me.
Hey, how come you didn't follow me? She came back. This is unnatural. This place is unnatural in a lot of ways. I don't like this place. I don't like this place. I don't like it at all. I'm bothered. I'm very bothered. Very perturbed. Touring farmlands with the queen of another nation is not how I expected to spend my day. Electrop has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but it hasn't replaced everything. The people wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. He went to such lengths so that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Turali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there were words and phrases for which there was no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Turali have gleaned a great deal from one another. And I am sure there is much you wish to learn as well, so please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. A day in the life. Sveen is eager to show you around. Rather than bore you with lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. Yuyipe's Halo, it is called. We can speak with one of the farmers when we arrive. I guess we're off to Yuyipe's Halo. what do you suppose they keep inside this building? Here we are. I'm sure you'll learn a great deal from the workers here. Allow me to introduce you to Mahusa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. She's well versed in myriad farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with the other farmers is what she has allowed this place to flourish. Queen Sveen, to what do I owe this sudden shower of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I am come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, and so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's all right. So the rumors of visitors from the outside were true. What manner of host would be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty is also intended to check on things here? You know me too well, Mahusa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, and perhaps pepper them with a few questions, though I do so enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. 'Twould appear we have permission, so please, walk the grounds to your heart's content. You go on ahead. I'll keep Sveen company. Don't misunderstand. I'm not the suspicious type, but given our positions, it would make sense for us to go around together, wouldn't you say? A fair point. Be sure not to let me out of your sight. I shall remain under Wuklumat's watchful eye. Pray come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with the other farmhands. She's too cooperative, and it just feels unnatural. Well, they have the Reniques here, so that's cool, I guess. Light levels appear to be fine. As for the power source, you wish to know about my job? I tend to the fields mostly, watering crops, keeping the soil fertile, and so on. It admittedly took some time until I fully understood how best to carry out my duties. I also manage the lands we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. The land and sky being what they are, ensuring a rich harvest mix for constant work. But honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. Both my parents being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. Oh, an unfamiliar face. I gather this is your first time on site then. Well, this here's the storehouse, or rather the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, much more spacious, and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and Electrum complicate our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job, for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken up to the tower for processing, and from there find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. So, the tower is Alexandria. Christ. They're saying that you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier, that true? So it is, which means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I have a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life here in Alexandria. But setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here at UPA's Halo, we produce not only fruits and vegetables, but also meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it, but it was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. This place is weird. It's a shame Kona's not here to see all these bizarre contraptions. I see. Don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you had your fill of speaking with the farmers? Then let us return to Mahusa. Well, what are your impressions of the farm? Everything was surprisingly normal. I was amazed everyone loves their work. Electra was quite impressive. Everything was surprisingly normal. Oh, that's comforting to hear. Your words serve to affirm that my people do not work with undue strain. And what did you think of our little tour, Lamati? Whoa, you can't use that. What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others call you by that name and I thought... No, it's fine. As you said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. That machines could be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Put simply, it's taken in water that has a strong lightning charge. We think some creatures have become charged up with the energy, and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system will return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. I mean, we could go do it. We could take care of it if you'd like. I like that even Speen's like, wait, what? That is most gracious of you to offer, but it is much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the bow of resolve of Chuiolao. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Sho is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. Then very well, I gracefully accept, but please take all care. This ought to go even faster if you and I search for lightning-charged fiends on our own. Good hunting! Let me help you out, buddy. Okay, I'll help you too. Wow, you really are strong. Ah, you're both alright, thank goodness. You really needn't have worried so much. We barely broke a sweat dealing with the fiends. They're all gone now. Of course I was worried. You're my dear guests. But thank you. We truly appreciate this. Indeed, with this, we won't have to ask the Raj's machines for help. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing for our safety, unlike Queen Sphene. That's enough, Mahusa. If you have grievances, I will hear them later. But to speak of the king now... No, she's right. He's never been one to look after his people. Anyway, thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folks here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. If you couldn't have favored us with more uplifting words, my people are my pride and joy. And you never fail to let us know, nor how much you care. Of course, you're my precious family, all of you. You seem a good sort, Sphene. That I'll admit. But if you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Now, I believe we are done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? Alright. Way to bring down the mood. So Raja, you bastard. My apologies for laughing earlier. Your friend painted an image so far removed from the Sphene we know, I couldn't help myself. On the cloud. Sphene would take you back to the outskirts. Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. I dare say your friends will also have returned by now. My thanks again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us anytime. There's so much of Alexandria I would love to show you. Do you hear that? I hear lightning and rain.
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
Time for what?
I'm glad you could make it.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right.
Oh my god.
Oh, whoa. What's the matter, dear?
Oh my god.
It can't be.
She was a young woman before.
That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
But it's been 30 years.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
It's been 30 years.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
It was 30 years.
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on, in us.
Living on in memory. The Giants share a similar belief.
Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden. I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Well, come on, you're not gonna, like, go up to her and, like, say anything?
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
So here's my biggest problem right now is just, obviously Alexandria came into the source. That makes sense. Crystal Tower did it on the first, blah blah blah, that's fine. My problem right now is the time dilation. That is my biggest problem right now. Of just how is the time dilation a factor? It can't just be that it showed up and that was what happened,
however,
you know?
is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a void gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's noxious influence.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents by means unknown.
In other words, Sphin's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
But of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder. Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoraljar resides.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zoraljar do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father. And to do so, I intend to take Zoraljar's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty. Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I'm afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
Why are they called the Thunder Yards? What is a soul stone?
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
Eh? Eh?
What? We were just miss her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud.
Huh? The fuck does that? What you mean they're stored in the cloud? The fuck you mean the cloud?
Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud.
The what? What do you mean?
I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
Ah! This place is becoming a nightmare. What the fuck? What the fuck? The fuck you mean the cloud? The fuck you mean the cloud? This is very unsettling. We'll see how it is with other people. I've never seen nor heard of anything like this before. As far as I could tell, Popone genuinely had no recollection of Namika. What's going on? How could Popone suddenly forget about Namika? It's as if he never knew her. Could the same thing have happened to others as well, I wonder? There's only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namika in the area. We can reconvene afterwards at the Aetheryte. An old woman named Namika? I'm afraid I don't know that person. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help. What's that? Do I know a Namika? Never met anyone by that name, and I've worked at the outskirts for a good while now. If she spent time here, I would remember. This is not okay. This is a hella not okay. You were here. I do recall caring for someone until recently, and you say that it was a woman named Namika? Well, I can't say for certain if it was her. I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. Okay. We're just, okay. Okay. Batteries. They're using people as batteries. So it was the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namika. It's as if the memory of her has been purged from their minds. While such a thing might be done with magic, to alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. But you would have felt a surge of ether corresponding to the act too, and I sensed none in that moment. Neither did I, but I did notice something else. Right before Popone seemingly forgot, a light in the device on his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? Someone also said something about soul cells. But who might we ask about this? If we continued making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. Indeed, if we can't readily solve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we could search for Kakiwa instead? Sphene said to try the Thunder Yards. It should be in this direction. Is that a wagon? No. What the hell? Impossible. Hello? Is it you like a glass ball? Hmm? Another kind of mechanical soldier? It looks dangerous. We better destroy it. Does it? No, it sits in the ball. Ah! Eh? Should we give chase? I think it understood our words. It might be worth asking it some questions. Aaronville, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing. I'm fine. Well, it went off in the direction we're headed anyway, so let's try and track it down. Past Alexander, I didn't want to talk. It's faster than it looks. I do not see it. No sign of it over here. Nothing but birds over here. That voice, could it be? What in the world are you? You found it? To the northeast? Then it must be bound for the mines. Come on then. It could well be a trap, so let's not rush in too quickly. The stone in those crates, could it be turquoise? So it went in here? I think it's safe to assume it went into the mines. An old coal mine. It appears to have long since been abandoned, like so many other places. I heard faint voices coming from inside. So it's not alone, but we're still going in, of course. This may be a trap. Be ready to fight, everyone. 127 north, so it's probably, the ether card's probably in here somewhere. Oh, they're right there. Perfect. Perfect. It would appear no one has worked these tunnels in quite some time. I'm not worried. We've had to improvise countless times before, after all. A device made with electro. It seems to be the only one here. This tunnel just keeps going. I can hear them. Several people up ahead. I can't make out the conversation with the echoing. Let's keep going. Stay on guard. What are you?
What is this?
Aaronville!
Uh-oh.
A trap?
Damn. Oh.
It really is you! Huh?
Huh?
Who?
I just had to get a look at you in the light. And I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Olivia!
My darling what now?
It's Aaronville's mom.
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun bun. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
Darling little bun bun. Fussy little bun bun. We're definitely addressing this.
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
What?
Wait. Since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
Agreed.
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galoo Jaja's kitten?
He's dead. Oh my god.
I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Ellen Espierre was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
No! The hell?
I can't say that I do, but you know my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
Sorry?
Oh, but this won't do. Come in! Friends of my Ellen Espierre are always welcome.
Can I please get some context? Please?
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
What's happening?
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place, How are things still getting stranger?
I love that Sphene was like, go to the Thunder Yards. It'll all make sense. This makes no sense. This makes no sense. How are we supposed to make any sense of this? What the hell? How? I dig this music. Hells yeah. The Elegance had machines that could be controlled remotely. Is she using something similar to communicate with us? Oh yeah, baby. Fuck yeah, I need this orchestrion now. Like, now. Oh, yeah. At this point, I doubt anything could possibly surprise me. Aaronville's mother is a floating machine. Right, that makes about as much sense as everything else thus far. I can't say I understand what's going on, but at least Kakiwa is safe. As far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can think of few people in the world quite so spirited. But as to what's happened, we'll need to ask her. Gone and forgotten. Aaronville is conflicted by this long-faded reunion. Fuck yeah. Let's hear what she has to say. Fussy little bun. We can't let that go. Fussy little bun. It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Alstesian. It's been a while since I heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? Oh, this? It's just a body that I control remotely. I use this for our operations. Oh, okay, so it's not actually her. Oh, okay. Christ, thank God. Oh, thank goodness. We're members of a resistance organization, Oblivion, we call ourselves, and our goal is to thwart Zoraljah's ambitions for conquest. As the leader, it's prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. Ah, I see. Whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are, though truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. And that is... As I expect you've already noticed, everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Then does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zoraljah. But we failed to do that, and now he's taken his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your heads. Does that have something to do with your work? You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electrope technology, and that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. What exactly does it do? Allow me to explain. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserve of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. Okay, let's pause there. Okay, let's break that down. Reserve? You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden death, such as in accidents. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on one's work evaluation. to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties. Souls as a common resource and payment for services rendered. They're literally using people as batteries. The Voidsent practice of consuming others for their ether comes to mind. And similarly, I expect the act that comes from with some risk. Doesn't that dilute your sense of self? Wouldn't the consciousness of others corrupt your own? That's why when people die, the memories are uploaded instead. That is prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Memory management? Then the reason everyone has forgotten Namika's existence. The regulators are constantly recording the memories of their wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. This is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being is that regulators forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would they do such a thing? So that way you don't feel guilty when they use their soul as a fucking battery. It's a kindness bestowed upon the people by Everkeep's core system, so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. So this is what it meant by their memories being in the cloud. Indeed, all memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It's a frightening function of the regulators, and an integral step in soul cell production. You can't mourn someone you don't remember. Oh no. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. It's then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul. Oh, that's the blue and the orange. Those are the two different ones. Those were those two different orbs from when they were, yeah. The result is a fresh soul cell, free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. He's pumped. He's amped. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here? On its surface, it's similar to the Yakui philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. Well, it doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, this system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Amidst the mounting death toll, scientists used Electrum to devise a means to save what lives they could so that the nation could endure. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save their people. I just find it hard to believe the Turali would also accept this way of living. It came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why the use of regulators was never compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them if they so wish. Sphene didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her will on others. Oh, so you've already met? She is the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop Zoraljah. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction, and to speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motives, she has given the people a choice. Live with the risk of true death, or the security of the regulators. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the natural order of things. Quite right, but however you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what the regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you, and as luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me, and you'll find out. Yeah, I need this orchestrion right now. Right fucking now. Now, here's my question, is where are they getting all these souls? They obviously have like a whole bank of them. And like, you could reuse them, sure, but like, I doubt that. So let's say you have somebody, they use 5 soul cells and then they die true death, okay? I doubt those 5 used soul cells are getting returned back and refunded into the system. Like I doubt they're being recycled. So where are they getting the other soul? Like where are they, where are they getting the surplus? It doesn't seem viable. If you have people who are, if the fatality rate is so dwarfed out by the birth rate essentially and the living rate, like where are these souls coming from? I guess that's where the conquest part comes in, right? They're running, like they have to run out of resources at some point. What does she intend to show us? To alter the memories of the populace with such precision is no small feat. I'm sorry, but I just can't accept the idea of using souls as a resource. We're to see how the regulators work, but how? So those regulators are to blame for everyone forgetting Namika, for forgetting what a wonderful person she was. Everyone here? Good. It is the responsibility of the Thunder Yards hunters to fell any fiends found wandering the area. We're to meet an acquaintance of mine, Strika, for one of these hunters. Streaker or Striker? Streaker. On our way east, so we might hit it, but I don't know. Not gonna hit it. Judging by its name, I take it this facility is for gathering lightning energy. What do you think is in this box? I'm guessing food. Let's get this over with. Stricker will show you what life can be like wearing a regulator. While I am not blind to the potential benefits of these regulators, the risk inherent in giving another party the power to alter your memories cannot be overstated. Never mind the ethical considerations of using souls in such a fashion. Given the opportunity, I should very much like to study Electrope on behalf of the students. Kakiwa, what are you doing here? And with so many friends? Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. Hold on. I assumed they were wearing special regulators like Queen Spheen's crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. Oh, so Sphene, her crown is the regulator. Okay. I thought it was interesting that she didn't wear a regulator, but okay. So that makes sense. It's much too dangerous to be here without one. What if they're struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I can assure you they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I will take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Danger aside, there isn't really much to see. Kiwa said you're a hunter, but wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact they're weak to lightning. The Thunderyard being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, huh? But these facilities are vital to this upkeeping of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls to hunters like me to deal with any fiends. Given the danger, we're well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. The special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. I brought the slot here to see this danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Ah, of course. In which case, it'd be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You all can handle yourselves in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus slaying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance you'll draw out something worthy of a demonstration. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can. My fussy little bun was never any good at fighting, and this body of mine isn't suited for it either. We leave this work in your capable hands. Fussy little bun. I'm afraid I must leave the fighting to you. Fussy little Okay. East. 195 east. I assume it's up here. Never mind, I'm ignoring it. What were we on? 97? Okay. It's 2. Okay. Okay. So we're going for about 5 hours, roughly? Okay. Alright, so 5 hours for 4 or 5 hours, or 5 hours for 2 levels for these quests. I don't know, I wanna keep going, but another part of me is like, oh, I don't. 'Cause this will be a really late night, but I don't know. Hey, a Kotobupas. This one will do nicely. We'll help you. It's fine, really. I've faced worse. Just watch. What? I don't like the looks of this. Let us help! Oh no! Look out! Ah! Preserve. She needs healing. This is unnatural. This is unnatural. That was embarrassing. The bastard caught me off guard. Are you mad? Seriously, let us help. I told you not to worry. This will only take a moment. Whoa! Whoa! Ma'am, calm down! Just like Zoralja. Come on, let's get out of here. That's also a function of the regulator? I guess so. It's also like, it must use extra souls. Like, you have like a, obviously, that's what she meant by savings. She used excess souls to enhance her own power. I think I understand now how Zoralja was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa, but I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulator turned red, it was as if you were possessed. Your movements became beast-like. Don't tell me. You empowered yourself with the soul of a beast? I'm reminded of the serpentine soldier we encountered at Vanguard who did the same. So you've crossed paths with one of the King's elite. Such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourself on souls. We could do the same in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as if they'd allowed hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should be getting back to work. Take care. And there you have it. Regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls, those of people and those of beasts. The souls of people can be used to grant the user preternatural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. And what about the soul as a beast? They work much in the same fashion, imbuing you the strength of the chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of a wolf, you would grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Strika. Using several of the same type at once, however, would result in physical changes. Your teeth might become fangs, your nails claws. Too many, and you'll become more beast than man. Changing one's form through the souls of others' beings becomes more and more reminiscent of Void Sent. Yet unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the ethereal sea, different means to achieve similar ends. A cycle to which all within the dome are bound. This is wrong. This is all wrong. It is indeed hard to accept, being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve all this was developed hundreds of years ago. The civilizations and the reflections are surprising indeed. But again, what happens to the souls that are used? They have to just become your own soul, right? I want to know more about just where are these resources coming from? How are you getting all these resources? I've never seen it for myself, but it's said that if a beast soul is potent enough, a single soul is enough to induce a monstrous transformation. Sveen speaks of lived experiences that suggest she's far older than she appears. Considering the power of these regulators, perhaps it's not so far-fetched. When Emmett Soak spoke of surprising civilizations and other reflections, I wonder if he had Alexandria in mind. Having seen the beauty of the ethereal sea firsthand, I simply can't accept what they've done here in Alexandria. See, I'm with Elsie on this. The ethereal sea allows death and rebirth to cycle together. This can't. There's no way. There's no way this is how that works. To which again, I keep asking, how is the demand met with all of these souls? There's no possible way that you would have this many, like a populace like this living on forever, unless the populace vastly dwarfs, or unless the supply vastly dwarfs the populace. There's no way. I understand this is part of their culture, but it is no less disconcerting. While we all have our thoughts on souls, for now, the important thing is we know what power Zoraal Ja has at his disposal. It is one thing to separate corporeal ether from incorporeal ether, but to strip memories from the soul entirely is unprecedented technology. This is no longer only Tuliolel's concern. With his newfound power, Zoraal Ja has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped, no matter the cost. The worth of a soul. Domebreaker. Regulators give Zoraal Ja a frightful advantage, and that's just one of the devices he's got on his hands. If we're to have a chance at defeating him, we'll have to learn all we can about the technology he has at his disposal. We're still in 97, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom again and then we'll keep going. Alright. This MSQ is gonna make me lose my mind. This MSQ is gonna make me go absolutely batshit. Alright. Embracing oblivion. Kakiwa regards you with concerned curiosity. I trust you've gained an insight into the use of souls in Alexandria? It's shocking, I know. I was overwhelmed myself at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest it all, but for now, let's head back to Earth and Sky. At this rate... There's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head to the tunnel. What is the worth of a soul? Yeah, this is wild, man. This is wild. To think that everyone has lived here for 30 years, long enough to become accustomed to the way of life. What does Lamati wish to discuss, I wonder? I understand the argument that we should keep an open mind if this practice is integral to their culture, but every fiber of my being rails against it. 'Tis well that we could see firsthand how regulators are used, to draw upon even the souls of fiends. I shudder to imagine how powerful Zoralja could become. I'm sorry for delaying us, but I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technology and values, it's plain there's a wide gulf between Tuliolal and Alexandria. And while Zoralja knows everything about us, we know hardly anything about what he's become. Indeed, we haven't even seen what lies within that enormous tower, Everkeep. So here, I'd like to make a proposal. That is, we work with Kakiwa and her people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way would be to join hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, and we shouldn't be too quick to trust, but the fact remains that they share our desire to stop Zoralja. Sphene, too, claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. May I ask why you would cooperate with Oblivion instead? It's simple, really. Their leader is Erenville's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sphene may feel, she's a ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her, and less reason to take her at her word. A fair point. And knowing Zoralja, we must assume that his arrangement with Sphene was not made without some consideration. All I know is that it would be heartening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree that any help we can get would be welcome. Hold on. There's no guarantee that it's actually my mother behind the machine. Without seeing her in the flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of a ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves, but everyone in Tuliolal. As you say, we have no proof that it really is Kakiwa. But I make my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we're going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can. Otherwise, we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when the time comes, strike down Zoralja for good and all. What's more, I trust you, Erenville. You've always had great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiment is clouding my judgment? If it's a trap, then we deal with it when it's sprung. I trust you as well. I mean, it's a trap, we'll deal. Fuck it, we ball. That's always the way of it with you. Yeah, and it's worked, so... Fine. If you're set on this, then I'll say no more. Then it's settled. Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies. Still can't get over the fussy little bun comment. Can't get over it. I can't get over it. I'm not gonna be able to get over it. He's a little fussy little bun, and I just, okay. Alrighty then. While I'm all for dealing with Zoralia, we need to consider how our actions may affect ordinary Alexandrians. They're not the enemy, after all. I agree with Wuklamut. It's a gamble regardless of whether or not we choose to work with the people here, and more knowledge is better than less. The Val Rasal is possessed of conviction and flexibility both. If the tales are true, she learned much in the course of the Rite of Succession. With the resources at their disposal, I'm hoping that Kakiwa and her people will make great allies. I'm unaccustomed to seeing her make decisions like a ruler. Better that than her former facilitating self, though. Kakiwa, there's something I need to tell you and your people. We came here for no other reason than to strike down Zoralia. The shocked face in the robot. But I thought he was your brother. Do you really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. As Val resolved, it falls to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do what I must, and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours oppose Zoralia. In light of this, I propose that we work together to stop him once and for all. I realize that this is sudden, that it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal, so fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been so tough going at it alone. While we've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive action. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my fussy little bun-bun. He's all the reason I need. Then it's decided. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Thank you, Kakiwa, everyone. Together we'll achieve great things, I'm sure of it. Now let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Zoralia's whereabouts. Is there a palace inside that tower? After a fashion, the king resides on the uppermost level, but while Queen Sveen has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified. Not even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at any given time, it can only be the Queen. Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Zoralia will eventually march on Tuliolol again. That's when we can go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for the invasion to happen. Innocents would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility that he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No, he'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked Tuliolol. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him. Now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Coda, who bested him in the Rite of Succession. He challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawn Servant, and he won't let his minions deprive him of the pleasure. Then why hasn't he appeared and given you your chance? Surely he's aware of our presence here. At that, I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm, but if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. Even as we gather intelligence, we make no move to attack him, show absolutely no interest in a confrontation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Kona instead. He'll attack Tuliolol again, like he said he would. I see. If you believe this is the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Tuliolol requires that Zoralia lead his forces through Vanguard. We'll have lookouts keep an eye on it day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If we're proceeding with it, though, we should warn those outside. Indeed, they'll need time to prepare their defenses. I should be glad to coordinate our efforts. I'm already in regular contact with Justola, and we'll make sure to keep our comrades apprised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first sign of movement. It seems we have a plan. While we wait for Zeralja to move, you do well to prepare for battle, and it begins with familiarizing yourselves with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you to Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh, I thought this place was it. You'll be impressed to know that we're located right inside that tower, in the residential district of Solution 9. Hiding a tree in the forest, as it were. The only question is how to get you through the checkpoint. About that, Sphene said she'd make it so we could enter without issue. She did? Curious. She's not supposed to have such authority over the sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Before you head up, give us a moment to introduce ourselves properly, huh? After all, names are good to know when working together. Geode, Nostalgia, and Wameki? Wayake. Geode and Nostalgia are the easy ones. It's eerie hearing my mother's voice come from that peculiar machine. If this isn't their main headquarters, I can imagine what the actual place is like. I can't imagine what the actual place is like. The intelligence that Kakiwa and her people possess will be very useful to our efforts. Between making new friends and entering the tower, I can't help but feel a little excited. Is it just me, or are Aaronville and Kakiwa complete opposites in personality? While Oblivion has operatives all over, we're the main crew here. I'm Geode, the leader of this hideout. And the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wakiwe. I'm Nostalgia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside the barrier. We've been with Oblivion for 3 years, and our main duties are surveillance and provisioning. Twins, huh? That explains the resemblance. Wayake is a Tonawatan name, unless I'm mistaken? That's right. Our mother is Tuliyolan, and our father is Alexandrian. They wanted to honor both cultures. They're beautiful names. Thank you. Though I have no memories of my mother, I like to think I carry a part of her with me. So what made you decide to join Oblivion? We wanted to avenge our father. Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with a soldier over a disagreement. It was a minor incident, so at first we clung to the hope that he'd be released, but when months went by with no word from or about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We had already lost the memories of our mother. We didn't want to lose those of our father as well. They've all forgotten about him now, everyone who had known him. That bastard. Even here he thinks nothing of his own people. Sometime later, we were approached by a member of Oblivion. Hoping to get justice for our father, we joined the Order. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, I appreciate you sharing this. Together, we'll avenge your father. Thank you. Something tells me you have what it takes. You introduce yourself too. Go on. It's pretty much the same story for me. And while mine is a Tonawatan name, I haven't the faintest how things are outside the barrier. It's my dream to go and see it with my own eyes, our mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The wilds are beautiful, the food delicious, and everyone's so nice. You'll love it. And that's us here. You'll meet others in the back room. That's our headquarters. Some of them are a little eccentric, but they have good hearts all. Elenespia, yeah. Elenespia, one last thing. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Kakiwa. She talks about you so much, it's clear how important you are to her. That's all. Be good to your mother while you still can, huh? Well, we'll let you go for now. Feel free to use this hideout as you like. Meanwhile, in Everkeep. Look at all them souls.
You've been consulting with Wuk Lamat.
No matter. I do not know what you are scheming. But when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me. Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wuk Lamat bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path. I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliolo?
He doesn't want peace, he wants conquest.
What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
Sphene, you don't get it.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family.
Sphene, you don't understand. The man doesn't want compromise, he wants conquest.
The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse. Wuk Lamat and Kona, who bested him as he was in his prime.
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason. Wuk Lamat, if you are father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me. But should you fall short, I will lay waste to Tuliolal.
What now?
It takes no small amount of courage to oppose Zoraja and his army. The members of Oblivion must be driven indeed. Nostalgia and Wayakwe remind me of Alpino and myself. Similar, but so very different. We should chat sometime. Trade twin tails. 12 help her if she's mentioned anything embarrassing. At long last, we're entering the tower. Not that I'm excited or anything. Not unduly. Solution 9. Wook Lamont is eager to head to Everkeep. Right, Kakiwa is waiting. Let's head to the tower. Ah, there you are. If Queen Sphene has registered you as guest, you should be able to march right in. And if she hasn't, then you may have a swarm of zoologist minions to deal with. Well, 50-50. Nothing for it but to see as Sphene has betrayed us. Thank you for your diligent service, friends. My companions and I would like to pass if you'd be so kind. Outrunner Guide unit identified. Registration number verified. 6 accompanying civilians identified. Verifying credentials. Credentials verified. Welcome, guests of Queen Sphene. What a relief. There you have it. It seems the Queen was true to her word. Follow me, everyone. Solution 9 awaits. So this is our raid hub. Wow.
Everkeep. A tower of electrope piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds.
Hell.
Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9.
Oh, yeah.
In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Everyone's wearing the PvP stuff for the, yeah, the tech wear.
Spectacular, isn't it? There are more districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Right.
Perfectly natural reaction. A city of shimmering electrope, replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed of the life back home in Tuliyolau. Now, will I go and situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations. And you want to know more about Sphene and Zoralja's dominion, do you not?
We do need to better understand who we are dealing with. You had me at explore.
I had a feeling you'd be keen.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely. As Sphene's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. The elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine provided you act like you belong.
Well, we definitely don't look like we
All right,
belong,
then.
that's for sure.
We'll show ourselves around.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
Right, yeah, the battles. Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's not for anything
Try
else.
not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later.
They're so excited. Like going to
I shall
the
speak
theme
with the
park.
residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
What's with this place? How can this all be the inside of a tower?
It is significantly bigger on the inside.
So, what aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That, I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe. But come, tell me about your adventurer friend. You seem to have a great deal of faith in her. You must have been through a lot together.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Why didn't you mention this sooner?
You want to explore together?
Yeah, sure.
It's not that I'm scared or anything. Everything is just so different from home is all.
No, well, come on, that's fair. That's fair. We are not in Tuliolal anymore. We are definitely not in Tuliolal anymore. That is for sure. We are definitely not in Tuliolal. Dawn of a New Deal. God damn. Sights of the West and beyond. Ah, that's sightseeing. I don't know what this is. Towers inside a tower. I see it, but I still can't believe it. For now, I say we proceed straight ahead. If we feel like we are getting lost, we can always turn around and go back the way we came. An Ethernet shard. Doesn't look like an Ethernet shard to me, but okay. Might as well hit this right now. Love this chill remix of the Dawntrail soundtrack, of Dawntrail sound. Hells yeah. So if this is our residential area, what's our last zone? Because I don't know what our last zone is still. A crossroads already? This place is too much. I have no idea where I should go. Right, I've made up my mind. Let's head to that building there. Alright. Ooh. I don't even know. I'm just messaging my FC, just being like, I made it to the next city. This place is insane, but this lo-fi remix of the main theme goes so hard. It's just so good. Oh, you know what that block quest is? Scripts for crafting. I just saw a crafter up ahead, so I'm like, yeah.
Ah! There you are! Lamati!
Huh?
Sphene!
I was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Now, I know you've scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
Oh, a request, you say?
Yes, an important one. I'll say it plain. I want you to make peace with Zeralja.
Okay, that's not gonna happen. It's just not.
What? I thought you said you weren't on his side.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his methods. Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste.
Okay, well, here's the thing. It's not in anger. Okay, it's partially in anger. It's not in haste. He started it. Also, it's really not gonna happen,
Unequipped
unfortunately.
with regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
I appreciate your concern, but you asked the impossible. Zeralja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people too, and so you must understand how I feel. Why I cannot, will not back down.
I do understand. All too well. Let me say only this then. Zeralja will use any means to win. If you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can. It may ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
You really are a curious one. Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Tulichola. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our attention to affairs here.
Please.
Never fear, I'll be there alongside her. I won't yield on this either. We came here for a thing, for a
So
job.
you have comrades on whom you can rely.
Yeah.
I envy you.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
About me?
To be frank, we're still not sure whether or not you're trustworthy. So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around?
Hey, you're the one that said to dispense formalities.
Oh, but I jest. I'm flattered that you've taken an interest in me. Very well, I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself. If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
By all means, we're in your capable hands.
That you are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour.
Oops. My bad. No. With Speen here as our guide, we needn't fear getting lost. The Queen's Tour. Speen stands ready to take you on a tour of Solution 9. Let us begin then, shall we? I must say I'm really grateful. This place is so vast and confusing, I didn't even know where to begin. While the district may seem daunting in size and structure, all the key facilities are situated near lay nodes, what you call aetherytes. Remember, this and you won't lose your way. Now then, seeing as it is right here, I will show you the Nexus Arcade first. Please, follow me. Hey, Moogle! This complex is home to all manner of shops. From food and daily necessities to technological conveniences, you can find most everything here. Everkeep's interior is vast, as you've observed. This arcade makes it possible for people to acquire what they need in one centralized location. Amazing! How do you get to the upper levels? I don't see stairs. Do you see the glowing pattern over yonder? That is an automatic conveyor. Such contraptions are found throughout Everkeep, allowing us to swiftly move between faraway places. That will spare us some walking. Are they also made from that strange metal? What's it? Yes, the conveyors are powered by electro. As a matter of fact, the ore is integrated into just about everything at Everkeep, even the floors and walls. By etching arcane circuits upon it, electro can be used to convert lightning energy to those of other elements. In doing so, we can achieve various effects. For instance, a conversion to wind produces flotation, which is required for the propulsion of our flying vehicles. A conversion to fire, meanwhile, produces light and heat, and it is employed in devices such as street lamps and heaters. There are even self-heating cups that keep your drink warm. Oh, self-heating cups! Oh shit! Can you make a drink cold if you convert it to ice instead? You certainly can! Our vending machines do just that. What's more, multiple energies can also be combined to produce some clever effects. For instance, by manipulating the air with wind while protecting light with lightning, it is possible to alter one's appearance. It's almost scary what you can do with electro. If such a wondrous material existed in our world, I imagine everyone would be fighting over it. They did. She knows that we know that we're on to her. This shop over here, what does it sell? Ah, yes, let's go and take a look. I dare say you will find it interesting. Oh, Rodina. Yeah, it's Rowena. Yeah, these are collectibles. Or yeah. Okay, whatever. Moving on. What's all this? This shop sells food. Those are the items on the counter. That's food? I can't imagine what they taste like. I thought you might be surprised. Your countrymen were 2 in the beginning. Come, you must sample something. Choose one and I will purchase it. Welcome, friends! How lucky you are for Her Majesty to treat you. The 5 items on display are our most popular. I recommend one of them if this is your first time. Select the item that interests you. Slab of pink hexagons, liquid-filled pouch, long rectangular bar, hexagon-patterned bag, black and yellow tin. Honestly, I kind of like the bag and the hexagons. Maybe the pouch? I guess it's the bag. Ah, yes, the salad paste. This is designed for those who are concerned about their figure. With its blend of 9 varieties of vegetables, it'll help your efforts slim down. Fashion models swear by it, and youth can't get enough of the stuff either. Oh, okay. Salad. Okay, salad paste, gross. The synthetic fruit pellets, they're our best approximation of the taste and texture of grape. I've never tried the real fruit, so I can't say how faithful they are, but there's no denying their popularity. They're supposed to be grapes. The fruit pellets. Ah, the revivifying tonic. I take it you're thirsty? The flavor is a sublime blend of sweet and salty, and it stays fresh for over 10 years thanks to the special container. 10 years? What the fuck? God damn! Keen on the perfect meal bar, are you? It's all the nutrients your body needs packed into a single foodstuff. The flavor is formulated to never taste dull, and 1 bar will satisfy you for a whole day. Many folks prefer this to take multiple meals. This here is cultivated steak. It's not quite the same as the real thing they produce in the outskirts, but it's a sight more affordable. This particular product is known as Gold Label, and it's a delicious hybrid of beef and chicken ground at the plant on the 4th level. Okay. Let's do the grapes, because it's artificial grapes, and I know what a grape tastes like. I know what a grape is like. While they're all very tempting, I'm going to have the steak. I'm absolutely starving. Thank you for your custom. This being Her Majesty's treat, it's bound to taste all the better. Say, would you mind sampling your selections here and now? It's been a long time since we had newcomers, and I'd love to see your reactions. Oh my god! Hello! This is a great chance to learn about Alexandrian culture, show. Let's dig in. Alright. I see your fake grapes. Alright, here I go. Following Wicklemut's lead, you sample your selection. Amazing! I've never had any meat like this before. It's tender like chicken, but flavorsome like Ronique, and the spices give it just the right amount of kick. I could eat this every day. Huh, don't mind them. Don't mind them. They're just happy to see your honest reaction. And how about you? It's... I wish it gave like a description of how, of like what it actually like tasted. It's interesting. I know what a grape tastes like. Look, I've had real grapes. It's always such a pleasure. My thanks for humoring me. This does take me back. Though it was chaotic when the people of Tuliolal first arrived, we endeavored to learn about one another and embraced our differences. Alright, what about you, Sphene? Aren't you having something to eat too? I appreciate the thought, but I'm fine for now, thank you. Alright, but what's your favorite food, if you don't mind me asking? My favorite food? Why do you wish to know this? Because I want to get to know you better. Why else? The more you know someone, the more you grow fond of them. That's what my old man believed, and my experiences have led me to believe the same. My favorite food. Is it such a difficult question? I mean, yeah. I'm sorry, it's just, when I think of those who labor to bring us the food, I find I can't settle on one thing. I thought I was decisive, but you're something else. Indecisive? Perhaps I am, but you didn't need to laugh about it. It's a Mamoja child. My favorite food? That is a question I may never be able to answer. I don't know about you, but I'm satisfied. Let's keep moving. Very well. Next, I was thinking of showing you this residential sector, but it's in part so I can tend to personal matters. It's a visitation, to be precise, but I believe it will be educational for you as well. Would the two of you mind accompanying me? Not at all. Wonderful. Let me know when you have seen enough here, and we'll make our way. I was just wondering what kind of homes they have here. Ready? Then let's head to the residential sector. It lies to the southwest. As we walk, I would be glad to tell you about any places of interest that we come upon. Lamity trusts you without question. How nice it would be to have such a friend. And that meat was so good. I had to get everyone at home to try it. Hit the Ethernet shard. Oh, I guess we take the elevator there, yeah. God, this place really is just like a metropolis. This is wild, man. Wild. This is Mosaic, a cafe, where here you can buy drinks and enjoy while you relax. I see. In Tuliolal, there's a similar establishment called Siblavtie. That's seashell in the local tongue. Is there a story behind the name Mosaic? There is. In our continent, the races are named for stones. There's the hewn, who resembles some Tonawata, the tall and graceful Eldite, the diminutive and affable Malala. When they all gather here, they appear as a mosaic of colors. Thus did the founder choose the name the cafe. That's nice. If they serve tacos here, it'd be perfect. Tacos? A traditional Turali dish, and one of my favorite foods. You must try one day. Oh, yes, definitely. We'll make it happen once we've restored peace to Tuliolal. Right, let's continue on. My man's got a cup. Oh. My man's got a Starbucks cup. I love and hate this place so much. I love and I hate it so much. Truly. Have you eaten these tacos before? For Lama Teacher recommend them so highly. They must be delicious indeed. Let's go for some tacos in Sabal-Chie. The three of us. And here we are. These buildings are where our citizens live. They're massive. Each one is bigger than the palace. They have to be, for just about all Alexandrians have apartments here. Lest you wonder, I'm here to visit some people. Their apartment is in the building on the left here, Residential Radius 914. Residential Radius? That's right, come, the door opens automatically. Coffee in hand, they have coffee here. I do hope you like the district. The people worked hard to build it, paying attention to every little detail. You really get the sense that Sphene loves her nation, don't you? This is the lobby, a common area for residents. I see. And what does that machine there do? Ah, the concierge. They look after the residents. If you require assistance or have questions, they would be glad to assist. Is that so? I have no shortage of questions, but I'll direct them at you for now. By all means, you may consider me your personal concierge. Hey, Sphene, why can anyone live in this place? Naturally. In fact, many of your countrymen make their homes here. No matter your origin or race, occupation, or regulator usage, all Alexandrian citizens are eligible for an apartment. This includes those you met who work in the outskirts. You've taken care of everyone for 30 years. I'm truly grateful. This is the place. A mother and son live here. Hello, Isadora. Your Majesty, you came. I have friends with me today. Is that all right? Of course. Friends of the Queen are friends of ours. Please, make yourselves at home. How has Milos been? There's been no change, but the symptoms are thankfully mild today. Hello, Milos. Have you missed me? My son was born with Levin sickness, a severe etheric imbalance towards lightning. As a result, he suffers from paralysis. He cannot walk and struggles to speak. For a blessing, he still has his hearing, and even on bad days, he can communicate with his eyes. I see. Sphene often visits, does she? She does. Milos simply adores her. He sometimes even manages a smile when she's here. What of yourself, Isadora? How are you holding up? You needn't worry about me, Your Majesty. You always make time for us, and we have everything we need. I'm glad to hear that, but you mustn't strain yourself, understood? There is nothing you can do for him? Perhaps a treatment with souls, or... Unfortunately, no. While souls can revive those who have met with an accident, they cannot reverse the effects of old age and illness. Truth be told, many children are born like Milos. The illness has existed for generations, but we are unable to find a cure. The cause is quite clear, though. The excess lightning in the environment. It's no coincidence the number of cases has risen dramatically these past 30 years. It's all my fault. What was that? I'm sorry, Isadora, but I must be going. I promise to make a proper visit next time with treats to share. There's no need to apologize, Your Majesty. If it weren't for you, Milos and I wouldn't still be here. Thank you, Queen Sphene. It's my pleasure, Milos. I'll be back soon, so be a good boy for your mother and for me. To think there was such an illness. My thanks for accompanying me on the visit. The illness is a part of life in Alexandria, and I thought that you should know about it. We'll find a cure one day, mark my words. We'll make it so unfortunate children like Milos smile again. Her people, her family. Having recomposed herself, Sphene is ready to continue the tour. Well, let's continue the tour, shall we? Look, you obviously have duties to attend to, citizens to look after. We can stop here if you like. No, I do this because I want to, so please, do not worry. Next, I'll show you one of the district's most vital facilities, a place called Resolution. To reach it, we'll need to go by way of Node 9, where the Aetherite is situated. Going back to the Aetherite. I genuinely cannot get over this place. It's just so wild. This place is crazy, yo. Alright, Heritage Information Center is where I was earlier. That's where I started. Saying hi to one of my friends. Don't tell me we need to use that now. The conveyor ahead will transport you to the government sector, where Resolution is located. The markings on the conveyor indicate its direction, and there is a pair just like it on the other side. Is it safe? Extremely. There's no need to be afraid. Who said I was afraid? Come on, show. Oh. Nothing to it, huh? It's a child's amusement ride. And here we are, Resolution, the operational heart of Solution 9. From Resolution, we oversee the running of the district and provide essential services to citizens, such as welfare support and job introductions. It's quicker to show you than tell, so let's proceed inside.
strange contraptions everywhere you look.
For reals.
What's that?
An infusion station. It dispenses souls in exchange for credits.
Oh, you can exchange souls for money?
Through hard work, citizens can obtain the peace of mind provided by spare souls. It's the way of life for Alexandrians and has been for quite some time. But I imagine it must be difficult for outsiders to comprehend.
That's putting it lightly. To be honest, it sounds disturbing. Still, I won't dismiss it out of hand. Practices like these don't arise from nothing. There's a reason why your culture is the way it is, and I'd like to understand. Won't you tell us some of your realm's history?
With knowledge comes appreciation.
Very well. Be warned, though, that it may take a while.
I'm wondering if they're...
In the distant past, over 1,000 years ago, it said, lightning energy began to swell in our world.
So with this right here, I'm wondering if their world was part of a calamity. And then Alexandria became like the last bastion, you know? That's I'm wondering if their reflection actually doesn't exist anymore.
According to ancient records that date back around 8 centuries, the rainy season spanned a quarter of the year, during which time severe thunderstorms ravaged the land. 4 centuries later, this season had lengthened to nearly half the year.
Yeah, this sounds like a calamity.
The trend continued, with our ancestors spending longer and longer languishing beneath storm clouds. Crops failed, and livestock starved.
So now it also makes me think, are you an Ascian? Also, like, are you an Ascian?
But amidst this growing desperation, a miraculous material was discovered that promised salvation. Electrope.
The stuff that's used everywhere here.
Indeed. One day, when out inspecting a forest after lightning had caused a fire, a villager came upon a curious black ore none had seen before. Testing revealed that the ore possessed a singular property. It could store lightning and convert it to other energies. In that instant, the scourge of endless storms became a blessing. Dubbed Electrope, the ore found use in myriad inventions and dramatically improved people's lives.
But
so much so, in fact, that all nations soon became dependent upon it, despite the difficulty of obtaining it in quantity. Supply was chronically scarce, and when nations couldn't meet their needs with their own deposits, some resorted to taking Electrope from others.
Right.
Fighting was isolated and sporadic until Electrope came to be used in warfare. First in the weaponry of invaders, then in the countermeasures of defenders, and then in every aspect of combat where an advantage might be had. This served only to exacerbate the ore shortage, leading to further escalation. Before long, the entire world was engulfed in a terrible war known as the Storm Surge.
This all sounds like a calamity.
As the war came to a head,
maybe not.
Alexandria's neighbor, Lindblom, committed its stores of Electrope to the production of a weapon of mass destruction. They deployed it on the front lines, and triggered a calamity of frightful magnitude. Not even their own scientists had anticipated the force of the lightning that was unleashed. The energy inundated the entire continent, laying it to waste.
Wow. Hold on, I just want to look up something. Yeah. Lindblum is an FF9 continent. It's oh yeah, I know this one. It's the other city that you visit. Right. Yeah, it's all Final Fantasy 9 references. It's like I recognize that name.
So that's how your world came to be this way.
And putting in mind in the flood of light, just like the flood of darkness, sounds an awful lot like an umbral calamity. Exactly.
You truly know a great many things that I don't. I should like to learn about you too sometime.
Sphene, I'll be honest, I could give you volumes of all the information we have. Truly.
But to continue the tale, the people of Alexandria had already lost much to the war. They lost almost everything else to the Levin. Those who survived bore deep scars, tormented by the memory of loved ones taken too soon. Though they yet lived, the cruel specter of death was with them always. Seeking a solution, our scientists turned once more to Electrope, and after extensive research, they developed the means to preserve memory and soul. Physical death isn't the end. So long as our memories endure, we may live on.
But if nobody remembers you, what's the point of storing the memories?
This belief sustained us then, and it sustains us now, granting us comfort.
That's quite a tale.
Your Majesty, help me! I beg you, help me!
What's the matter?
I've got no souls left. Not a single one! But the lot at Soul Supply refused to give me any! Please, you must do something!
My apologies, Your Majesty. This man, he does no work. Instead, he drinks his days away on Trueview. He has only himself to blame if he has no credits for souls.
That's not true! I'm a fighter at the Arcadian. Or rather, I was. I haven't been allowed to fight because of the King's decree. It isn't my choice.
I see. You're a brave warrior of the arena.
Okay, and there's our raid.
I want to help you, I sincerely do. But I cannot give you preferential treatment.
Then open up the Arcadian again, so I can fight!
I'm sorry, but that's not my decision to make. The king requires feral souls for war. He doesn't wish for them to be expended on amusements.
You're useless! A queen in naught but name!
Insolent wretch! How dare you take that tone with Her Majesty?
It's quite all right. Such things don't bother me, nor do I think ill of this man. Hear me. Though I cannot grant you a soul, I mean it when I say I want you to live. I love all of you equally, dearly. You are as family to me, and it pains me to see you deny yourself hope. I want you to find a happiness all your own, even if you must grow it from the smallest seed of joy. Out there, somewhere, is a reason for you to smile again.
We all need to vent our frustrations from time to time. I will always be willing to lend an ear.
Yes, Mum. Of course. Even without a spare soul, I suppose I'm fine as long as I stay in Solution 9. I apologize for my rudeness. Good day to you.
Keep your chin up, my friend. And when you feel better, I'm sure you'll find another way to apply your talents.
I'm sorry you had to see that. Let's keep moving, shall we?
She understands that she's so
Right.
powerless.
I believe we visited all the main facilities. With that, I declare our tour concluded.
That man from before, does that sort of thing happen often?
Somewhat. It's unavoidable. Hardships are a fact of life. Our soul management system has sustained our realm for generations, but it isn't without flaws. For one, people have become accustomed to having spare souls. Without them, they feel vulnerable and anxious. Some claim it may also have contributed to a decline in births.
Yeah! Because yeah, of course it's gonna lead, it might contribute to a decline in births. Because when everyone lives forever, who the fuck wants to make new life?
Just thinking out loud, but would it be possible to do away with the system?
No.
I know it isn't easy to change one's beliefs and way of life. The Mamolja had their reasons for their reliance on blessed siblings, much as you have yours for souls. But if we defeated Zoralja, you'd be able to make all the decisions, right? Then we could work together to fix things, restore your realm to where it belongs, and see where we can go from there.
Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
She's always being watched.
What is it?
Actually, never mind. It's nothing of import. Well, it was lovely showing you around.
Of course. Of course. Thanks so much for the tour. We've learned not only about your realm, but you as well. For now, our priority is Zoralja. But once we've dealt with him, perhaps I can return the favor and show you to Lihiolal.
I'd like that very much. It seems I've no choice but to continue down this path. Forgive me, Val Wuklamat, but I must disappoint you.
just don't know what her angle is, or like what is her just problem, you know? What was Fiend wanting to tell us, I wonder? Well, it can wait for another time. We've been exploring for a while now and should probably go to Kakua's meeting point. That'll be back the way we came, I think. Yes. Alright, let me put the rest of these here too. Cool. Whee! Sphene genuinely cares for her people. I can respect her for that. And thanks to her tour, I've come to better understand the lives of Alexandrians. They don't feel so strange and distant anymore. Scales of blue. Having seen the district to her satisfaction, Book Lamont is ready to head to the meeting point. So, we're supposed to go to the place called True View in the eastern sector. This conveyor ought to take us there. You know, once you get used to it, they're actually kind of fun. Come on, Cho. This is the right place, you think? I don't see the others, though. Well, rather than sitting and waiting, we might as well explore a bit more. Huh? Shoo, look, over there! A Mamulja child? What are they doing here? Oh. No! Stranger danger, stranger danger. Oh. You noticed it too, right? The resemblance to Zeralja? No. The blue scales of a Bunawat with the features of a Hubigo. Oh, right, yeah. This can't be a coincidence. I forgot they're not normally blue. At any rate, it wouldn't do to leave such a small child on their own. Come on, let's go after them. Okay. I think they ran this way. There's the Arcadian. There's our raid. Dude, look at all these like advertisements and stuff like that. This is so wild. It's so fucking crazy. These are all G poses. These are all, imagine, I want to imagine that people like Square, what they did was they took a bunch of adventure plates, took a bunch of G poses, and they're like, we're just gonna turn these into advertisements. So this is True View. Not sure what I'm looking at, but it does seem lively. That building's just about the only one that isn't lit up. Not open for business at the moment, I guess. Ah! I didn't see you there. Listen, we don't mean you any harm, we just want to talk. It's a bit odd, don't you think? They run off when we approach, only to suddenly reappear. Could it be they want to take us somewhere? Is that the way of it? You want us to follow you? So it is. Alright then, lead the way. Let's see where they take us. Once you choose to depart, Wuklamok will accompany you. The blue-scaled Hubigo child will then begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to the destination without falling behind. If you leave Wuklamok behind for any reason or lose sight of the blue-scaled Hubigo child, you may try again by returning to the starting point. Okay? Let's try to lose sight of it this time. Yeah, this place will probably open up hard when we finish MSQ and unlock the raid tier, or when the raid tier drops, because this is probably where all of our tome stuff is going to be turned in. Melancholy. Is this where you wanted to bring us? Looks like a bar. What is this place? If you're meant to relax here, it isn't working for me. Hey, what's your name? So you're still not inclined to talk. He'll only talk if he's completely comfortable with you. You know him? Oh. After a fashion, but never mind that. How about something to wet your whistle? Adorable as you are, it's on the house. I can recommend our special, Her Majesty. Her Majesty. I'll prepare one without liquor for the boy, too. Okay. I guess, yeah. Thanks, but no thanks. We're supposed to meet a friend named Kakiwa. But we ran into the child on the way and he led us here. Oh, so you're with Kakiwa. In that case, go and have a chat with Big Tassos over there. He'll show you to a fun place. What about him? I don't think he's in the mood to talk, so he can tend the bar with me. This is taking a turn for the strange, but don't you think we're walking into a trap? You don't think we're walking into a trap, do you? Damn, if it doesn't have suspicious written all over it. If you feel like that drink after all, just let me know. What is this fun place meant to be? Is Kakiwa there? Well, I suppose there's only one way to find out. Come on, let's talk to this Tassos fellow. Gives you teeth. Tassos stands stoically before the door. This area is normally off limits, but Kakiwa's told us about you. Just follow the corridor and head into the room at the end. Let's go, Sho. Whatever happens, you won't catch me surprised.
Wonderful. They're here.
Ah,
We've only just arrived ourselves.
Amazing.
So this is the back room.
I bid you welcome to the back room. Oblivion's humble headquarters.
A hideout tucked behind a drinking hole. Brings back memories, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Our members here are mainly creators and adapters. That is, scientists and engineers who specialize in electro. They use their skills to provide support to our field operatives. Geralt, Shale, be so kind as to give our friends an overview of your duties.
Geralt? I recognize that face paint. Ha!
Well, there's provisioning. Gotta have supplies to fight a good fight, ain't ya? Luckily, we got the tools to craft most of what we need.
Gathering intelligence is another vital aspect of our work. Everkeep's core system is a veritable treasure trove of information. You just need to know how to get in and find it. We also handle surveillance and communications, watching the enemy's movements and coordinating our own, that sort of thing.
And among all our activities, we spend a fair bit of effort investigating preservation.
What's preservation?
The organization credited with laying the foundations of electrope technology. From the soul management system to Everkeep's design, they're behind just about everything you see here. It'd be no exaggeration to say they made this realm what it is. But their magnum opus was without a doubt the power which was used to join Alexandria to Tural. Interdimensional fusion.
Said power isn't unlike my summoning technique and the magic within Azam's crystal. Yet, though the effect is localized, to be able to fuse realities. Even with my knowledge, I struggle to conceive how it could be possible.
Incidentally, the founders of our group, a husband and wife, were members of preservation at one point. That they opposed the fusing of worlds, and so defected in order to prevent it.
While not entirely unexpected, given what we have seen, this is still quite the revelation.
By the by, that's an interesting earring you have there. A novel way of carrying a data storage device.
Eh? Krau's earring's a flash drive?
Oh, you didn't know?
No!
Well, as a precautionary measure against machine infiltration, we scan everyone as they enter. And when we scanned you, we detected a small quantity of electrope. Though it's been dressed up, that earring is a storage device and no mistake. Bought it from a shop here, did you?
No, it isn't bought, but inherited.
Oh. Krau's parents are the founders of Resolution.
So these
Or
people sent you
preservation.
through the portal along with the earring.
Ah. Ah.
Do you know aught of them?
Listen, Cryo. The husband and wife who founded our order. It's believed that they were Malala. Though we have no evidence at present, we can't rule out the possibility that they were your parents, or perhaps close relations. This I posit because they were the very individuals who spearheaded the research into interdimensional fusion. As traitors to preservation, they were relentlessly pursued. If they had a child they feared they couldn't keep safe, entrusting her to the people of another world might have been their best option.
My parents. The founders of Oblivion. Tell me everything you know about them, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant. anything and everything.
We don't even know their names, I'm afraid. In a bid to elude preservation's agents, we suspect they erased all trace of themselves. I'm sorry we couldn't be of more help. If you're interested, though, you're welcome to review our accumulated data.
Yes, please. As an individual and member of my order both, I wish to learn as much as possible.
I should also like to peruse the data. Where the joining of realities is concerned, I may well be of service.
Of course. Feel free to peruse to your heart's content.
Thank you.
If you like, I can examine your earring. I have to say, the prospect that it belonged to our founders has me itching to take a look.
I dare say we have enough eyes to pore over your records. Is there any other way we might be productive?
Alizé's not the book.
Not right now. We're still waiting for Zoralja to make the next move.
In that case, Alice, would you mind accompanying me?
Gladly.
Oh, I've buggered it up again!
Never a moment's peace. Pay him no mind. I don't.
Oi! You two there! One of you give me a hand, would you? Don't matter who.
I just remembered I have matters to discuss with Shale.
Alright. It's fine. I'll help Geralt. I'm used to it. Okay. I'm less inclined to help Geralt, but I'll still do it. I'm used to it. So I just realized that I'm in 98 right now. Apparently I've been in 98 for a little while, so I'm gonna... It's 347. Fuck it, we're gonna finish this down tonight, but I'm gonna pause, I'm gonna stop recording and then start recording back up so that way I have it in good things. I'll be right back anyways.